to our Wednesday, July 14th meeting of a special meeting of the Half Moon Bay City Council. We're going to start by having an explanation of our Spanish translation services by Victor Hernandez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Muy buenas tardes. Le queremos dejar saber a todos ustedes que esta reunión será interpretada al español. Para poder acceder lo que es el canal de audio, usted tendrá que hacer clic en el botón de interpretación. Es un icono del globo o un icono del mundo en la barra de tareas de su plataforma de Zoom. Después aparecerá un menú y entonces usted podrá seleccionar el idioma. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Victor. Okay, we'll now call this meeting to order, and we'll start with a roll call of City Council members.
Councilmember Rohraback.
Here.
Councilmember Penrose.
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Reddick.
Here.
Mayor Brownstone.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We will begin with city manager updates, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you indicated, it is a special meeting tonight. The entire meeting is about policing, and so we will get into the main item, and we do have two guest speakers shortly. But before we do that, we did want to give a brief update on a couple items that we just recently completed. So I will kick it over to Deputy City Manager Matthew Chittister, and he'll just give a quick update before we go into the main item.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. Glad to be here tonight. I'm going to share my screen and share a couple of things that are happening. As you know, back in May of this year, the City Council officially adopted the Llanura Serrano Presente program. And one of the elements of that program was to create a feedback line for law enforcement, which would allow community members to provide feedback, positive or negative, about interactions they've had with law enforcement here in Half Moon Bay. And then city staff would be able to do appropriate follow-up, track that information, and provide support as needed. That line has been live now for about a week. And as you see, there's a banner on our front page that takes you to the web page that you can use to provide that feedback, which is here. It can also be found if you go to the menu and go down to law enforcement. It's the last item here. And it's in English and Spanish. And there's a phone number, 650-435-8266, and there's a web form. It's really up to the individual how they prefer to provide the information. In both cases, the information is provided in Spanish and English. And once the information has been left as a message, either on the phone line or through the web form, that information is transmitted to city staff here in the city manager's office. And within 72 business hours, we will respond to the caller or the individual that submitted the information and begin the follow-up process. We'll also work with the sheriff's office as appropriate to take any action or do any investigation of the information that was provided. In both cases, the information can be as detailed or limited as the individual is comfortable with, which means this can be done anonymously. And if done anonymously, it will obviously be harder for us to do feedback and research and also to follow up with that individual. But it's really about what that individual is comfortable with, and any information they provide is going to be helpful to us in tracking the information, in working with the sheriff's office to implement necessary changes, and to just understand the trends and concerns out in the community. If the individual leaves their personal information, that information will be kept as confidential as they request, and none of this information would ever be shared with any federal, state, or immigration agencies. To date, we've received two phone messages and two web-based messages. Both were done anonymously and had to do with traffic safety, and we'll be working with the sheriff's office to address those concerns. But again, done anonymously, so there will not be any response to the individuals. All of this information, again, is easily accessed on our website, and we are working with our communications team to provide additional ways to get this information into the community. We want the community to know that there's an opportunity to provide feedback and get a response anytime they have a concern or accommodation for our local law enforcement. Additionally, on our feedback page, there is a link to the sheriff's office, has a similar process. And if people choose to go directly to the sheriff's office to provide this information, we make it easily accessible here. The second piece of information I wanted to share with you can be found by going to our webpage and in the sidebar going to City Manager, Public Safety Research and Outreach. And this webpage, which has just been made live this afternoon, provides information on the work that is ongoing and that this meeting is a part of tonight. Included on this page are various research reports and resources related to efforts around public safety and the current efforts that the city is making, and we'll continue to update this page as new information becomes available. Currently, we have the finalized and published report on the public safety focus groups that were convened in 2020 and 21. And you can just go to the page and click either on the thumbnail or on this link here to access a PDF copy of that report. We also have the Jimenez-Rarbach report on policing and public safety, which was presented to the council on June 15th of this year. And same, you can go to the thumbnail or the link here. We also have a copy of the Llanero Serrano Presente program because it was officially adopted by the council. And then below there are additional resources. The Stanford Law School report, which we'll be hearing more about tonight, is linked here, as well as the final report of the President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing, which was published back in 2015. And this will be, again, this will be a page that we continue to add information to as it becomes available. And of course, we'll take suggestions from the community and council members about additional resources they'd like to see here. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them now. Great. Thank you so much for allowing me to share this tonight and for your support on this project.
Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Sorry, I was thanking Matthew for a great job, and there are no more questions from council members. Bob, is there any other city manager updates?
No, there isn't. I can actually just kick right off into the main item on the agenda if I think we're ready to go. So there are 3 recommendations as part of a staff report that was delivered to your council on this agenda tonight. As we said, it's a special meeting, and the sole purpose is the staff report before you and receiving a couple of presentations from outsiders tonight. So there's three presentations. The first is the presentations from the folks from Stanford, also Ebony Morgan from Cahoots. I think they're listed on the staff report, Cahoots and then Stanford, but we're going to go in the other order tonight. After those presentations and council questions, we have some additional parts of the staff report that will be presented by our city attorney, Catherine, a portion from Matthew, and also a portion from Jonathan Roisman, who did some of the research from our city clerk's office. And then we do have the 10 recommendations that came out of the Public Safety Subcommittee that was held earlier this month. So I'm going to start by simply introducing our guests, our first guests. This report that Matthew just showed you the link to is called Safety Beyond Policing, Promoting Care Over Criminalization. It came to our attention in a couple different ways. A citizen sent it to me. It came out in April or May, I believe. So it was fairly recent, came to our attention and started kind of making the rounds in the community. And when we had the meeting on June 15th, your council directed us to see if we could make contact with the folks who were responsible for this paper and have them come and present, kind of do an overview of their paper. So one of the professors that guided the work is here tonight, Professor Bob Weisberg. There were several other professors that were involved, and apparently 10, 12, 13 second and third year law students. So I'm going to introduce Professor Bob Weisberg, and I'll let him take the introduction from there. Professor?
Thank you very much, and thank you to all members of the council. Bob Weisberg here. I'm a long-term professor of criminal law at Stanford, and I'm co-director of our Stanford Criminal Justice Center, which is our research and policy program where we generate reports and recommendations about various aspects of criminal justice reform. And our research teams typically include second and third year law students. About a year ago, when the whole world, or at least the whole nation, started talking about defunding the police, we decided to engage in what we do best, which is nonpartisan research on best practices, on needs of cities, on all the issues related to police reform. We took on an initial partner / client, the African American Mayors Association. So we were working with an interesting variety of cities that obviously had a great interest in this matter. We had a team of, I think you're right, Bob, about 13 students broken into 3 groups, although they ultimately did the whole report together. They were grouped according to the 3 main buckets of issues. One was mental health issues / homelessness needs. Second, traffic safety. And third, schools and school resource officers. I'm happy now to introduce 2 of our star students. They're both rising 3L students, Casey Shaw and Jake Seidman, and they will present a quick gist of the findings and recommendations of our research, and they'll focus on the 2 issues which I think are probably of most interest to you, the mental health / homelessness issue and the traffic safety issue. So I will turn things over to Casey.
Thanks, Professor, and thanks for everybody for having us. Hi there, my name is Casey. I'm a rising third-year law student at Stanford Law School, and along with Jake, 11 senior professors, development of our report, which I believe has been circulated, called Safety Beyond Policing, Preventive Care Over Criminalization. So we researched effective interventions in mental health crises, homelessness, traffic enforcement, and school safety over several months. We're only going to discuss mental health interventions and traffic enforcement today. It's especially critical to address these issues right now. Roughly 40% of use and
Hey, Casey, your connection seems a little bit, is anyone else?
Safety, with some advocating for defunding the police and others in support of expanding police budgets.
Yeah, I'm
I
having
apologize
trouble
if
hearing
I'm-
as well.
Got it. Okay. Is this slightly better? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you could speak a little
Okay.
louder too, would be great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Apologies for that. This past year has seen a fierce debate about the role of police funding and improving public safety, with some advocating for defunding the police and others in support of expanding police budgets. You know all of this, and you've probably already seen the effects of the pandemic on your city budget, and you've all most likely been a part of the national discussion on policing. And I'd also be remiss of saying the 2 issues that I just mentioned, budget cuts due to the pandemic and the debate on policing, might seem diametrically opposed. But we don't believe that to be the case. And we actually think that the harms created through ineffective and inefficient policing will be compounded during the pandemic if police continue to bear all of the responsibility for addressing mental health crises and traffic enforcement. So the solutions we present today don't force you to pick a side in the national debate. Instead, we're just going to focus on showing you how some of these jobs can be done more effectively and safely without police or with police in a supporting role, all while saving your city money. So again, my portion of the presentation will focus on mental health, and then I'll turn it over to Jake, and then we'll take questions. So I'll start first by defining the problem, which is that police officers are frequently called, often through a 911 dispatch, to situations involving individuals who are experiencing a mental or behavioral health crisis. And these individuals routinely need social services or clinical help instead of the police. But since police are often the first thing that people think of, those responsibilities fall to them. And the gap in social services and resources often leads to harmful interactions with law enforcement because the presence of police officers immediately escalates the situation. So, the statistics are quite jarring. About 1/4 of fatal police shootings in the last 6 years involved a person in a mental health crisis, and people with untreated mental illness are 16 times more likely to be killed during a police encounter than other civilians. As far as our methodology, our research was informed by an extensive interview and research process. First, we conducted a literature review of scholarship on the intersection between policing and mental health and homelessness. And second, we conducted interviews with 14 city leaders from 10 different cities to discuss the successes and shortfalls of their various first responder programs. And I've just listed 4 of them here. In addition to conducting interviews with leaders from cities of various sizes, we also took pains to identify leaders who hailed from a diverse range of professions. So we spoke with city leaders who were police officers, but we also spoke with government officials, with city administrators, and also with community organizers. And we've cited all of our case studies, our findings, and everybody we spoke to in our report in an attached appendix. So communities across the country have implemented a variety of programs aimed specifically at assisting those experiencing a mental health crisis. And as you can see on the table on this slide, the varying approaches fall along the spectrum of police involvement. So I'll discuss them briefly. So first, on the left is crisis intervention training. Briefly, just jurisdictions train some or all of their police officers in dealing with individuals in crisis and connecting them with community resources to support them after they're confronted by law enforcement. The goal is to get those in crisis meaningful short-term care and then hopefully eventually long-term support for recovery. Second are co-responder programs. A co-responder approach dispatches a mental health or substance abuse professional to respond alongside police officers to mental health related emergency calls. The exact composition of such team varies, usually along with the jurisdiction, but a police officer may be paired with a clinician and or a paramedic who may ride together with a police officer or separately. Regardless of the specific arrangement, the guiding principle of a co-responder model is that the call should be handled with meaningful on-scene input from both law enforcement and trained mental health providers. Third is telecounseling. So some jurisdictions have set up programs where individuals in mental health distress are directly transferred from the 911 dispatcher to a telecounselor. And Houston's a pioneer in this model. Their crisis call diversion program has trained dispatch operators to quickly assess if a call is appropriate for diversion, and it connects them directly to a counselor. And lastly, and I'll go into greater detail in a little bit, are the mental health first responder teams, where police are removed entirely from the interactions and replaced with clinicians and EMTs. Now, the chart below broadly discusses our report's findings. Studies of crisis intervention training have found scant evidence of improved outcomes as measured through arrests or injuries to the officer or injuries to the civilian. And this naturally doesn't make the program that cost effective, as the interaction with criminal justice system, that interaction remains. The co-responder model, again, doesn't remove police from the situation. And so even when the officer is dispatched to a situation with a clinician or an EMT, the conflicting responsibilities often create problems, and individuals in crisis routinely perceive police officers as a danger. And so their presence alone escalates the situation. The telecounseling model has had some success in Houston and has saved the city some money, around $860,000 in 2019, although I'd urge you to consider the scale of a city like Houston, by redirecting a little bit more than half of the calls that the crisis center in Houston received to a mental health professional. But again, the other half of those calls were redirected to police. Throughout our research process, we decided and discovered through our interactions with multiple leaders of multiple cities that the best model to service the mental health population to reduce the frequency of violent interactions between the police and civilians during the call and save the jurisdiction significant money was a mental health first responder team. Instead of responding to 911 dispatch for individuals in crisis with police, mental health first responder teams consist of two individuals, traditionally a crisis worker and a medic. And sometimes these teams are part of an existing mental health organization, but they can also be part of another municipal department. It's important to note that these programs are not new, as some of you may know, and as you'll hear from, I believe, right after our presentation, the Eugene, Oregon-based CAHOOTS program has been around since the late 80s. We found that many of the cities that are implementing pilot programs of these teams that are similar to CAHOOTS throughout the nation have significant collaboration with and buy-in from law enforcement and local police departments, as CAHOOTS does. And few of the calls that these teams respond to would require police backup, although police backup is almost always an option. We understand that Half Moon Bay is a smaller city, might not be able to administer a program like this on its own. However, smaller cities can partner with their surrounding communities to help offset the cost to design a county or region-based approach. Our research reveals a wide range of costs for implementing these types of programs, mostly dependent, again, on the scale and multiple metrics that are used to kind of calculate savings for the city. So for instance, Denver STAR program costs approximately $200,000. The CAHOOTS program, their initial cost was $2.1 million, although I believe, and Ebony can correct me if I'm wrong, there was, budget requests have been sometimes $1.8 million. The funding for these programs can come from a number of different sources, including city budgets or voter passed tax levies and Medicaid financing. Denver has used a city grant funding source, and Eugene is using a combination of private funding redirected from emergency departments such as fire departments or police departments, and then billing county Medicaid providers cover some of the operating expenses. But the savings of these programs usually outweigh the costs. It's estimated that Eugene has saved around $8.5 million annually in public safety spending. And in addition, savings in time matter as well. So in Denver, savings have been measured in the average time that it takes to respond to calls, with first responder teams responding to a call in 25 minutes that would otherwise taken police 38 minutes. And our written report will elaborate on the variety of metrics used to calculate savings. Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't discuss any challenges. Almost every city that my working group talked to did have significant restrictions on how they could allocate funds or how they could reassign dispatch duties. And I know this might not be the case for Half Moon Bay since you rely on the San Mateo County Sheriff, but how the different law enforcement agencies may interact if a jurisdiction has its own law enforcement agency. And additionally, starting the program is difficult, as you might imagine. Building the teams and getting buy-in from local law enforcement and community members and engaging in an education campaign, all of these implementation concerns are critical, and it can seem daunting. But we still believe that creating these first responder teams and removing police officers from nonviolent situations involving these populations is not only necessary, but easy and cost effective. And by doing this, your communities can let the police focus on more pressing threats to public safety. It can help the community emphasize empathy for those who are struggling, and it can also save the jurisdiction and your city money. Thank you, and I'll let Jake talk about traffic enforcement.
Great, thank you, Casey. So my name is Jake Seidman. I'm a rising third year at Stanford Law, and I was one of the lead researchers in the section of our report that focused on reforms to traffic enforcement. So traffic enforcement has been identified as an area that's ripe for reform in recent months. Traffic stops are the most common interaction between police and civilians, and they heavily influence how the citizens of a jurisdiction view their police, particularly with regard to fairness and equity. Additionally, often the precipitating event for tragic violence, as the deaths of Sandra Bland, Walter Scott, and most recently Dante Wright have driven home. This last death underscores the problems embedded in the traffic policing status quo. A stop for an offense that did not present an imminent danger that turned deadly because of the coercive nature of an interaction with armed police officers. Our guiding principle as we embarked on this research was, if our goal with traffic enforcement is safe streets, then there are better, safer, and more equitable options than a police-focused status quo. So we spoke to community groups, agency staffers, and elected officials' offices in many cities, but particularly in California, who are pursuing ways to reorient traffic enforcement around a holistic view of public safety instead of a knee-jerk reliance on policing. Since this report, as has been previously mentioned, was originally prepared for the African American Mayors Association, we also ended up speaking with mayors in cities all over the country, often smaller ones, to get a sense of what it is they thought the goal of traffic enforcement should be in their cities. One representative answer came from Mayor McKinley Price of Newport News, Virginia, who told us that safe streets, rather than furthering law enforcement goals or generating revenue, was his city's main focus in traffic enforcement. And other mayors echoed this. So equipped with this focus on traffic safety and equity, we had to consider what areas of traffic enforcement to focus on. Traffic enforcement encompasses a broad spectrum of activities, including collision response, parking enforcement, transit policing, moving violations, and preventative policing. Our research led us to focus on these last two subgroups, preventative policing via pretext stops and moving violations. The data shows that not only are these two deeply intertwined, but they're often the site of the biggest problems with violence and inequity in traffic policing. We also chose to focus largely on first stage enforcement issues, which is defined as the initial contact between police and civilians up to the point where an arrest is made or a citation is issued or the interaction ends. This is opposed to second stage enforcement issues, which concerns everything after the arrest or citation, which is adjudication, sentencing, and the imposition of sanctions. We focused on the first stage because we quickly realized that the latter would involve a lot of additional research into things like fine and fee reform, which we found to be vital, but beyond the scope of this report, because we were focusing, as the report notes, on police and civilian interactions. We did include some aspects of fine and fee reform in our recommendations regarding ticketing and automated enforcement. So our research led us to identify three major problems in the traffic enforcement status quo. First, traffic codes are simply too big. Traffic codes across the nation at the state level technically outlaw a wide range of conduct that doesn't necessarily bear on road safety at all, such as excessive window tint, exhaust noise, or having an air freshener hanging from your rearview mirror. Since 1970, although 22 states have decriminalized minor traffic violations by removing criminal sanctions and streamlining the adjudication of these violations into the administrative realm, these reforms haven't done anything to address the size of traffic codes and the authority of the police to make stops for these violations, even if non-criminal in the first place. And this becomes a problem when you consider a Supreme Court decision in the 1990s, Wren versus United States. This decision held that any traffic violation constitutes a legitimate legal basis for a police stop, even if the officer is only using this traffic violation as a pretext to pull over somebody who he would like to investigate further, but has no articulable suspicion about why he would like to investigate that person further. And commentators have since noted that given the huge volume of minor offenses in traffic codes, police can find a technical reason to stop pretty much any driver just by following them for long enough. And maybe unsurprisingly, this has led to empirically verifiable, inequitable, and racially biased traffic policing practices. In 2015, a Stanford Open Policing Project analyzed over 100 million violations and found that Black drivers were more likely to be pulled over than white drivers. And more recently, a study published in the Stanford Law Review this past year found that when jurisdictions relax their rules on pretext stops to make it easier and more permissible for police to make them, more racial profiling was the result. This is an additional problem because once police have made a traffic stop, there's an opportunity for all other sorts of issues to arise, including issues with use of force, using a stop to bootstrap a search of a person or a vehicle, which can lead to more harmful outcomes. And focusing on pretext stops as a policing tactic also diverts officers away from the kinds of tasks in which their particular skill set is more necessary and appropriate. So we focused on reforms intended to reduce the frequency of or incidence of pretext stops and the opportunities for them. So our research led us to a slate of local and state level reforms that we think municipalities should implement or advocate for to reduce inequity in traffic enforcement and improve traffic safety. Our top line local reform is to ban the practice of making pretext stops of vehicles. Pretext stops, which we define as a stop where an officer uses a violation of any traffic code section to pull over a motorist for a different law enforcement purpose, such as a consent search. Our research has shown these stops do little to further ordinary law enforcement goals of traffic safety and are the stops that present some of the most pernicious problems with racial bias and inequitable treatment and violent escalation. We're also recommending in the report that for additional equity assurances, police departments should consider implementing a policy of not making stops for traffic code violations that may not be pretextual, but present no imminent risk of harm to pedestrians or other motorists, and instead should require an independent, articulable suspicion of a non-traffic offense to make such a stop, or one that poses imminent danger. Oakland has taken steps to do this in the past few years and slashed its absolute number of stops by 30% each year as a result, and its stops of black drivers by 50% each year. And Berkeley as well adopted this kind of plan in February and is currently in the process of developing a list of offenses to not make stops for. Second, our report recommends a focus on creating self-policing streets through a combination of environmental interventions such as a Vision Zero program, as well as automation, typically speed cameras, that's designed to reduce the need for human enforcement. These interventions also have the benefit of being susceptible to being targeted to curb the most dangerous driving behaviors. So at the local level, there are many street infrastructure projects that are non-capital intensive and don't require state authorization, but can go a long way to enhancing safety. This involves identifying problem intersections, adding better lighting, adding signal retiming, repainting crosswalks, and adding painted curb extensions and medians, and all sorts of lower level capital projects that can increase road safety. In some senses, one of the most efficient fixes available here is to lower speed limits, which can be just as expensive as putting up new signs. For example, in Seattle, treated streets were given a 5 mph reduction just by signage alone, just by changing the number on the sign without additional enforcement. And this treatment cut speeding in half and reduced crashes and fatal crashes by 20%. It's important to note here that this can require state approval to reduce speed limits by a certain amount. Finally, speed cameras is something we discuss at length in the report. It's something else that generally requires state authorization, but is something that can be deployed in an efficient, fair, remunerative, and even popular fashion, as I'll detail later. And it can be a key means of reducing bias in traffic enforcement. And finally, we recommend finding opportunities to divert certain traffic enforcement responsibilities from police to unarmed non-police civil servants. These reforms have been implemented in a number of cities in the past year. For example, Philadelphia and Oakland both moved their crossing guards from their police department to their departments of transportation, or in Philly's case, the managing director's office, I believe. And Philadelphia also created a safety enforcement officer program that utilized police funding to house a small unit of unarmed civilian officers to enforce certain low-level, non-moving violations instead of the police. But as I've mentioned, our research also revealed that a number of the relevant reforms that we think are necessary to make these changes would have to occur at the state level. So today I wanted to provide a quick roadmap detailing this sort of set of reforms. So we think that, and our research shows that a key step in depolicing traffic enforcement could focus on housing all traffic enforcement responsibilities within a civilian department of transportation whose mandate is traffic safety. This is something you may have read about. It's something that is being pursued very actively by Berkeley right now, but it is something that is on the cutting edge, for which there's not a huge amount of available case studies in the United States, but which is being pursued by a number of cities. So the responsibilities of a civilian department of transportation would involve everything focused on traffic, from creating and executing a Vision Zero plan to create these self-policing streets that I mentioned, to handling data generated by the increased use of speed cameras, and ultimately to enforcing traffic code violations in the field of unarmed non-police civil servants. We think this is a really important step for cities who want to reorient their vision of traffic enforcement and view it through a holistic public safety lens instead of one that's focused on policing. So as I mentioned, achieving this goal will generally require state action, given states' power over their traffic codes and who's authorized to enforce them, and establish speed camera programs. We also think that key to traffic enforcement equity at the state level are reforms to eliminate offenses that have no bearing from state traffic codes, and also pursue reforms to fine and fee structures to ensure equity. I just want to talk a little bit now at a high level about sort of cost considerations, because that's always top of mind for a local government. We think that banning pretext stops and stops for non-eminently dangerous traffic code violations wouldn't require an additional outlay of funding, given that it is, reducing the amount of police work necessary, and it's something that could save money if it results in police resources being directed to higher priority tasks. We also think that automated collection of speeding tickets from automated speed camera programs is a key piece of this program design that could help pay for itself and also fund the reforms that we're suggesting that do require an additional outlay of funding. This is because the speed cameras are generally a lot more efficient in terms of issuing tickets than officers. But to allay equity concerns, because they can issue more tickets, they can also issue tickets that are cheaper than those issued by police officers. The key example here is New York City, which has one of the best established speed camera programs in the nation. Their cameras, even with limited hours of operations, because they're focused on school zones, issue 10 times as many citations as police officers do. And as I mentioned, this can be an efficiency and equity win-win, because more tickets means each one can be cheaper. In New York, the fines issued by speed cameras for speeding in a school zone are $50 each, but a ticket for the exact same offense issued by an officer can be up to $600 at the officer's discretion. And it can also include license points, insurance penalties, and additional fees. Another reason to focus on automated enforcement via speed cameras, in addition to the reduction of opportunities for human bias, is that they're very remunerative in certain circumstances. In New York, their program cost $100 million over 3 years, but brought in almost double that. And finally, these camera programs are effective at reducing speeding and crashes, up by almost 50% reduction in speeding, as found by a 2017 meta-analysis of international studies. And these programs can also be popular when they're implemented in the ways that, say, New York does it. In New York, 80% of Black, Hispanic, and low-income New Yorkers supported the expansion of the program in 2016. And our report goes into more detail about operational concerns, such as equity and placement, in order to focus on intersections that need intervention the most, and not just intersections that don't have the political clout to resist the placement of the speed camera. And finally, a key piece of this program is having revenues being put back into the cost of running the program, or a Department of Transportation budget, rather than the general fund or the police department, to avoid a moral hazard. So as you've probably intuited by now, there's one recommendation that we're making that is a fairly high cost line item, and that is a civilian Department of Transportation, because in most cases, it is a new city agency or division within an existing city agency. This is definitely something that could theoretically be funded by increased revenues from speed cameras, but it could also be funded from the consolidation of functions or staff from other departments, which was done in Oakland and Los Angeles when they both made their departments of transportation. We also think it's a prime opportunity to reallocate money from police budgets, which, as I mentioned earlier, something that Philadelphia is already doing, moving $14.2 million from their police budget to fund their crossing guards and their safety enforcement officers in their managing director's office rather than the police departments. And then to speak to funding a little bit more generally, there's a lot of action at the federal level now, focused not only on police reform, which was something that was promised on the campaign trail, but more activity on infrastructure. And obviously we don't know the exact structure for how that funding will be doled out, but we think that, in theory and philosophically, this kind of reform fits neatly into infrastructure, given that it often involves Vision Zero based road remediation programs and focuses on traffic rather than policing per se. And so we think that this slate of reforms are key for cities that are interested in creating a comprehensive non-police approach to public safety and traffic enforcement. We think that the local reforms should be implemented by cities that are interested in this approach. And we also think that it's important for cities to advocate, perhaps as a consortium of smaller cities, to their state legislatures to enable them to take democratic control over their public safety rather than being required to use police for functions that they might not be best suited to. I think that is all we have on traffic. And yeah, I think, unless I'm mistaken, I think we're taking questions now, but I'll leave that up.
Okay, so let's open it up for city council questions for both Casey's presentation on mental health and Jake's presentation on traffic. Who would like to start? Any questions from council members? Councilmember Rohrbeck.
Very interesting. I learned a lot. My question is, these reforms that you talk about, which seem very desirable to me, how can you implement them if you don't have accountability, local accountability, as is the case in Half Moon Bay, where right now policy for doing these kinds of reforms rests in an agency that's outside of the authorization of the city, namely the county. Is there any way that a city could implement these sorts of reforms without having the accountability that I believe they should have?
Sorry, Jake, did I? Okay, so I'll certainly take it on mental health side. So as I mentioned, I think, almost all of the jurisdictions we dealt with had difficulties with either state or if there were municipality, like a county, having too much oversight. And possibly like a veto on changes to policy. I will say on the mental health side, since it is an initial outlay of funds, I think that any type of advocacy push to the county would usually include, as Jake mentioned, maybe not a consortium of cities, but association with other cities that are trying to move in the same direction. And that not only is good from an advocacy push, but also is helpful in terms of organizing so that regardless of a change of policy, it might be helpful in partnering with them on creating, either devoting an initial outlay of funds for a pilot program to show that a proposed change in policy might work. Also, it depends on the actual, I don't know the actual San Mateo regulations that would restrict an initial kind of pilot program, but if there isn't one, it's certainly possible that initial outlay of funds for a mental health pilot, and I'm assuming for some sort of traffic enforcement, but I'll leave that for Jake, might be possible. It might be able to be fit in the current legal apparatus. I think regarding, some of the other changes, we obviously support the mental health first responder teams in terms of crisis intervention training, or co-responder teams, or telecounseling. I think that those probably face, on the co-responder side, I think they do face similar difficulties, but on telecounseling or crisis intervention training, they might face not necessarily county changes, but also oversight from the state. So I would kind of emphasize that last point that Jake made, that additional funding opportunities might create opportunities for a pilot program that might prove the program in the first place and be helpful in terms of an advocacy push to the county. I'll let Jake answer on the traffic portion.
Sure. So yeah, from the perspective of these reforms that we're recommending to traffic enforcement, I think you're right that some of them do run into issues if a city is relying on a external law enforcement agency to do a lot of their traffic policing. Obviously, something like banning pretext stops is something that you wouldn't be able to do unilaterally. I understand there have been some conversations with the sheriff's office about this, and that it's running into some issues, whether that's wanting to adhere to the status quo, or just sort of administrability concerns of having one jurisdiction where you can't make pretext stops. That's going to be slightly more problematic in the position that you're in. But to the extent that we're recommending reforms that reduce the need for in-person enforcement of road safety, such as self-policing streets, automation possibly, but really focusing on the idea of just reducing the need for police intervention in the first place, I think that's something that a city could unilaterally work on if there are certain sort of problem intersections or areas where there are certain identifiable safety issues having to do with traffic. I think that that's something that you could maybe even sell to a sheriff's office as something that would reduce their sort of operational burden in terms of sort of standard road safety policing that they might be doing. If you can show them that you can solve the problem in other ways, that might be a way to sort of work out an arrangement there.
If I may add just one quick point on that, I want to acknowledge that given the broad scope of our study, we didn't focus on the particular context, which the council member raises, of course, about the sheriff contract matter. And I just like to say that if there were interest in it from the council and from the city manager's office, I'd be glad to see if we could provide some further, a kind of a sidebar, a small report addressing that. You probably know a great deal about the nature and range of sheriff contracts around the country, because I know you've obviously gone through the process. But if we can provide very targeted research help on that particular issue, please contact us. We'd be glad to do it.
Hear that, Bob?
Any other questions?
Writing a note.
Any other questions from council members?
I don't have a question. I just want to say excellent report, thorough, and a great presentation to go along with it. And thanks for taking the time to inform us this evening.
Thank you. The honor has been ours.
I had a question, but I want to see if the other council members first have any questions. Council member Jimenez.
I don't have a question. I am just going to say, thank you for this great report. Great reports. I did learn a lot today in great detail of some of the things that we've been trying to do in our community in Half Moon Bay. And thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions before council member Penrose, please?
Yes, I have one comment, which is thank you. It was a great presentation. I certainly did learn a lot. But another comment that I want to make, and that is that when we are looking at trying to deal with any of these issues, whether it's reducing the load on the sheriff's office in terms of traffic violations, or whether it's mental health responders, we cannot be thinking in terms of Half Moon Bay as an isolated city. The sheriff's contract is for the coast. You don't go from Half Moon Bay to El Granada and have a completely different set of policing done. It's got to be coastal. And it doesn't necessarily have to be countywide. It can be a region, the coastal
Right.
region that we deal with.
Right.
And so I think it's important for us to be, all of us to be looking at that. We will need the county's help, but fixing things in Half Moon Bay is not going to fix things in El Granada, Pescadero, Montara. So that's my point.
Thank you. Very.
Okay, I have a question for KC. On your slide where you were, you had that nice table around some mental health the cost of mental health responder programs. And I was curious how the cost for the Denver program that I saw on the chart was $200,000. And the cost for the Eugene program was $2.1 million a year. Denver being, greater Denver area probably being around, I don't know, 10 times larger than Eugene. Can you explain a little more what would account for that great discrepancy in one being, the Eugene program cost 10 times more than Denver program. So I was kind of wondering what accounts for that cost difference.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. So to clarify, the Denver STAR program was a pilot program. It also implemented some versions of a co-responder approach, so that there wasn't necessarily an immediate need for an initial outlay, a larger initial outlay of resources. They did end up switching to or doing an additional pilot program with first responder teams, meaning they completely had to start from scratch. But the pilot program was also significantly smaller. They had, if my memory is serving correctly, and I can get the clarification on it, they had one van with 2 responders and then 5 support staff. And so that's significantly less than the CAHOOTS program. So absolutely the CAHOOTS program, and I'm sure Ebony can provide more context on this, is larger. It's been around for a long time, and they have more infrastructure. So that's what would account for the discrepancy. Now, I certainly do think that the initial $200,000, and that is an initial figure, would have been supplemented after the pilot. And I think they're undergoing a study of the pilot program right now. So we'll see if they choose to expand on it. But yeah, it is a large discrepancy.
Yeah, I would think even a one-year pilot program with 7 people, at least I counted right, for the $200,000 Denver program, full time would end up costing a lot more than $200,000. But yeah, so it's yeah, but like you say, it's a pilot versus the full-fledged program in Eugene. Small program.
Right.
Okay. All right, thank you, I appreciate that. Any other questions before we move on to our next speaker? Okay, great. Thank you all so much. Thank you for your offer, Professor Weisberg. If you'd like to explore some more research, very generous of you. And
I do have a question.
oh yeah, sorry, Councilmember Penrose.
That's all right. In terms of the mental health responder program, as opposed to the co-program where you have a sheriff or a policeman and a mental health responder going out, how are those decisions made? Is that training of dispatch people? Is it different 911 numbers that people call when they want to how does that actually work?
Right. So almost all of the cities that certainly all of the cities that we spoke to use 911 as the kind of pre-existing point of access. There is, some jurisdictions had tinkered with creating an additional number. And I do believe that I think actually Edmonton in Canada does use a 211 number instead, but the general consensus, and I think certainly the Eugene Chief of Police actually testified to the Oregon legislature that the most important aspect of the program for the first responder teams was the ability to be dispatched by the 911 call center. Now, in terms of the composition of the co-responder teams, it's sometimes they will ride separately. Sometimes you'll have both a clinician and an EMT, or a clinician or an EMT riding with the police officer. But those will obviously be dispatched by 911 since the police officer is with the other responders. I'm sorry, please let me know if I did not answer the question.
No, I think you did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I clarify something?
Yeah, sure. Please.
Yeah. So just pulling up my notes, the STAR program in Denver, I did bulk up in I believe March of this year to $2 million outlay. So,
well, that's a good number to know. Thank you for adding
yes.
that.
Yeah, so it's a $2 million outlay with a proposed $1 million additional increase. So altogether, probably the max for the program, which was proposed in March and might go into effect soon, is $3 million.
Thank you for adding that. That helps quite a bit. Okay, great. If that's it for questions, thank you again for joining us this evening. And I believe, Bob, are you going to introduce our next speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can pivot to our next speaker. And thank you, Professor Weisberg, Casey,
Thank you.
Jake. I see us giving a round of applause. And you're welcome to stay for the rest of our meeting if you choose to do so. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Catherine, Matthew, and I had the opportunity to meet Ebony last week. It was a very interesting conversation. She's a fascinating person, very passionate about what she does, an expert, I would say, in her field. A lot has been made of the CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon. We've all seen it in the news. And she was willing to come and spend some time with us. And so we really appreciate that. As I said, we spent an hour and a half with her. It could have easily been 2.5 hours. It was just, we had so many questions and it was really fascinating. So we hope that you and the community find it as well. And so it is my pleasure to introduce Ebony Morgan. She is the director of the CAHOOTS program in Eugene, Oregon.
Hi, thank you for having me here today. Lovely presentation before me. Always want to follow Stanford research. Feeling very empowered right now with statistics. I will share just an infographic that I think adds some context to some statistics that I have from an analysis that the Eugene Police Department did this last year, and start by highlighting what CAHOOTS is, what it is that we're doing up here in Eugene. We're a mobile crisis response team. We receive calls that are diverted from emergency services through the 911 dispatchers and the non-emergency line dispatchers, which are essentially the same call center. We work with people that are in crisis, mental health issues, substance use, houselessness as examples. And our role is to de-escalate those crisis situations, to provide trauma-informed, client-centered care that really gets to the root of what someone's crisis is and how we can best support them in the next step. What's going to help you have a better day from this point forward. We were developed initially on contract officially with the city in 1989, so 31 years ago. And we're currently funded by contracts with both of the cities that we operate in and the county. And we're given some wraparound funding by a Medicaid provider in our area who values the cost prevention that we lead to in the medical setting. Excuse me. So part of that, I appreciated that cost point question. And part of that, I think, is that we're in 2 different cities and we are operating at a 36 hours of service in one city and 24 hours in the other. And we've been around for a long time trying to figure out how to fine tune this. I was relieved to hear that Denver has expanded their budget because that didn't make us look very good, but we do still save the city of Eugene money. At present, we're handling about 50 to 60 calls per day just in Eugene, and we're calling the police out to us to help us less than once a day. And that call volume is with the population of around 170,000 people. And it's worth noting to me that with more staffing and capacity, we would likely respond to more calls per day. Our call list is always long, and we are often many hours behind on getting to those calls because we don't have enough staff and vans on the road, which is why, as Casey mentioned earlier, we have put forth some suggestions about increased funding to be able to further stabilize and expand our program. And part of that is so that we can further divert calls from EPD and SPD, our two cities, police departments, and let them focus on what they need to be focused on and the things that only they can handle. When we go out in the field, there's two of us. We have an EMT, a medic on the van, at least an EMT, some of us are nurses, and we have a crisis worker who is either a qualified mental health associate, which is a few years worth of mental health experience and a certificate, or up to some of our staff are licensed social workers. And our new staff go through an average of 500 hours of training and are taught how to do unarmed verbal de-escalation and really get to a therapeutic resolve in a crisis. And the emphasis that we give is on support and stabilization for that client. So when we get out there, we're trying to figure out how supportive we can be with the least intervention necessary. We don't want to take you to the hospital if we don't have to take you to the hospital. We want to do exactly what we need to do to keep you safe in that moment. And that sometimes looks like crisis counseling. It sometimes looks like suicide prevention or intervention, mediation, family mediation, a lot of the time, grief counseling, substance use, connecting people with treatment if they would like that, harm reduction, and non-emergency medical care. That's why we have a medic. Some of the reasoning behind having a medic and a crisis worker on the van is being able to identify whether something is mental health related or medically related, because it's not always clear. I've personally responded to people that thought they were anxious and were having a cardiac event. And having a medic on the van is really helpful for differentiating the two and being able to get the appropriate response there. And so a lot of what we do in this mobile crisis role is triaging need for folks that aren't sure, or for folks that don't feel safe asking for the service that they actually need. They've experienced some kind of trauma or just don't trust the service that would be appropriate. And so they're willing to ask for the mobile crisis team. And we show up and figure it out, and we can help bridge that gap. Because just because we go doesn't mean that one of the other services, whether it be police or fire or paramedics, can't come out. We will work together, but it's different from a co-responder model because we're not showing up together. When a call comes in for service that's appropriate for us, it's coming into the communication center where the calls go for police and for our fire and medic teams. Ours are specifically routed through the police dispatchers console, and they assess what exactly is it that you need. If it's appropriate for us, so it's non-violent and non-criminal, they can offer us. Even if someone calls and says, you know, my son is having this crisis, he's just like talking to people I can't see, like I don't understand this, and they don't know that Cahoots exists, they can still get Cahoots, and we can still respond to that call because the dispatcher knows that we're available and they know that we're appropriate. And so we're still routing the right resource to that need in that moment because of the way that it's being routed. And we're wearing police radios all day. And so if we hear that a call is coming in at an address we're familiar with or a name that we're familiar with, we can offer up that we know that person and we believe we'll have a good encounter and we would like to take that call. It's constant communication between us and dispatch to figure out the best way to get through that situation. It's harder to measure than other things, but we know that there are components of emergency room diversion from our program. freeing our hospitals up to do what they need to be able to do, similar to police, right? We can do assessment and triage. Would it be better served if you went to an urgent care or your primary care doctor? If you don't have one, can we help you make that phone call? If it's wound care, we can do that. If you're feeling suicidal, we can support you in that moment and try to help connect you with next steps to be future focused. And we can really try to help support the repeat chronic users of services, whether it's people that are often calling for police or often calling for paramedics or often going to the ER. We can find a way to intervene in those spaces in the moment and help them figure out what need they're really trying to meet, because those 3 pockets are not designed to handle a chronic need. They're designed to handle an immediate emergency. Jail diversion is a component because we can respond to public intoxication, and we can take people to a sobering center instead of a default that is often a jail. If the sobering center exists in your area is a question, but there's options, you know. Or is it better if this person goes to the hospital? Can we find like a medical component to this? What makes the most sense? And if someone's being disorderly, can we encourage them to do something different? Can we show up and have that one-on-one direct conversation about what it means to be doing this and what the potential consequences are before the consequences have to show up? And if people are willing to make a different choice, can we support them in that? We will respond to people in traffic, to disputes, to trespassing a lot. If people are camping somewhere they shouldn't be or being somewhere they shouldn't be, we can offer support in doing something different and getting them to another place that might help meet whatever need they have a little bit better. And one of the questions we get a lot is, how do we stay safe when we're responding to calls or we're responding to disputes or escalated people that folks often call police for, because that's just kind of the knee-jerk response. That's who we've accepted handles everything that we deem a problem. And it's fairly simple. There's a lot of scene awareness. We have 2 people at all times. So one person is always paying attention to the surroundings, making sure that while one of us is engaging with the client really directly, we're keeping eyes on what's going on around us. And then a lot of clear communication with our partner. So those 2 people are constantly checking in with one another and just making sure that we're on the same page. The radio is one of the things that keeps us the most safe, because it's an extension of dispatch, who's responsible for where we go and what we're doing there. And so just being able to communicate with them, and if we say we need some kind of backup, they're able to get that to us. So it's really about having the people that are sending out our team really invested and really well trained in what it is that we're doing and how we're going to stay safe out there doing that. Of course, we take a defensive driving course and really trust our intuition and practice a lot of de-escalation. That's what a lot of those 500 hours of training are about, is actually actively practicing body language, tone, all the things that keep us safe. But really, honestly, if I'm being frank with you, the thing that I think keeps us the most safe is that we are not a threat to our clients. It's that we are showing up to say, what is your crisis today? What is going on for you? And how can I be helpful to you? And we are wearing t-shirts and jeans and boots and a radio. And that's it. We are deliberately not carrying a lot of gear aside from like a medical bag in case there's an emergency, because we don't want to look militarized. We need to get that trust from you in the first minute of being on scene, because if you don't trust us, then you do become a threat to us potentially. And so it's all about getting that trust from the first moment that we are on scene. And if we find ourselves in a position where there's a safety concern for ourselves, for the client, for standby, for whoever on scene, and we're not able to resolve that ourselves, that is when we are going to call for the police, and we're going to use the radios that we carry to do that. And in 2019, we called for them less than 2% of the time. And of the times that we did call for them, all the calls we made for cover with police, 8% of those calls were for urgent cover. And that usually looks like someone who's actively trying to harm themselves, and we have to intervene in some way, and we need to have officers there to be able to actually like handle that situation, because we're not able to take somebody's rights away. I can't tell you that you can't do something. I also can't watch you hurt yourself or somebody else. So there's a balance there. And so often when we're calling for police urgently, it's because we're just trying to keep somebody else safe. But in the 31 years that we've been operating, we've never had a death or a serious injury on our team. The trust that I talk about is a huge part of what keeps us safe in the community. And over the last year, there's been so much discussion and division around the best way to respond to community needs and whether we should put more money or less money into public safety as we know it to be. And mobile crisis, I've been talking about a lot because it's been identified as a viable option and been pretty well received. And the chief of police in Eugene and I are in agreement that at its root, the Cahoots program is an example of matching community needs with the appropriate resource. And that is why we are both so invested in it and we work together to pull it off. We work very closely with our partners, Eugene Police and Springfield Police, and with the community to maintain that trust with everybody, to hold this kind of mediation line where we're noticing the value that we have to the police department and the way that we support them, and the value that we have in the community and the way that we support community members that are experiencing the worst days that they have. It's my suggestion that to anybody that's considering a mobile crisis program, that emphasis be placed on maintaining and gaining the trust of that community. So looking at the services that are already existing in your area, identifying what resources that you have available for folks, and really getting them involved in the development and the conversations about if so and maybe, just so that you can really ensure that if you do develop something, you've included the people that your community already knows to trust. Because it can take a long time to build that trust up. And it's really one of the key components to having like the most bang for your buck, so to speak. Really getting the best results that you can is rooted in people being willing and able to utilize your service. And I think for Cahoots, one of the things we've run into is that when we were established, we did not consult with the BIPOC members of our community. And we built a program, a mobile crisis program that you can only access through the police department. And some people don't utilize us at all, just for that. And it doesn't really matter what we say or what we do, as long as that's the only number they can use to get a hold of us, they're not willing to call us. And so figuring out with your community what's truly going to make them feel supported is super important. And I know there's one more note on this infographic about the savings and wages. And that was a number that the Eugene Police Department put forward that doesn't include the savings of fire and ambulance or jail diversion or any of the kind of further down the line savings for the city. It is directly the amount of calls that we take from them and how many officers it would have taken to respond to those calls. And after you remove the cost of our contract with the city of Eugene, we save them that $1.3 million. And more than financially, diverting those calls from the police lets them be more available to respond to the things that only they can. They're the only ones equipped to handle some situations, but they're not the only ones equipped to handle a lot of the situations that as a community we choose to give to them, and then highly scrutinize their responses when they're being treated like a multi-tool. You know, they've got a specific set of skills and there's other people that are trained to respond to specific situations and could and want to. And getting them in there is a really good way to alleviate some of that pressure from our law enforcement officers who have a job to do and know how to do it. And the idea in that is that more specifically trained responses for specific situations will have better outcomes. And that is why during the last year of protests and marches and debates, the police departments and I have been having ongoing conversations and really figuring out what our common goals are, what our parallels are, and working together to pull it off. And so I know there's a lot of questions sometimes around, you know, how do we convince law enforcement like this is the move? And I honestly just I don't think it's that hard. I think it really benefits everybody. And because the way that Cahoots is and the way that our mobile crisis program was designed, it's not intended to replace law enforcement. That's not what we do. We don't enforce, we just help. We take some of those calls that don't necessarily have a criminal component and we just address them differently. I have more specific data, but I also feel like if people have specific questions, I would love to answer them.
Great. I think we'd love to open it up for some questions from our council members. Thank you, Ebony. That was really a terrific, comprehensive report on your program, and congratulations on having such a successful program that's known nationally, if not internationally. So thank you for joining us this evening. I'm sure you're fine. Appreciate that. Who would like to start? Councilmember Ruddock.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you for making time for us this evening. It's very compelling. So is it safe to say, one way to summarize your message is that collaboration with community partners was key to building your organization and success and building trust, that collaboration is foundational, that there's no easy, quick solution, off-the-shelf product that's going to make this right, that it takes time and that it takes partnerships for success. Is that what I was hearing?
Largely, yeah. I think if the goal is to give community members what they're asking for in a response that's rooted in mental health and support, it's gonna take that collaboration. That collaboration is extremely important because the mobile crisis response team does not hold all of the tools themselves. That's not the nature of it, right? Like, we are not the substance abuse treatment, and we're not the hospital, and we're not the police. Like, we need to be able to route from there to what's appropriate. There's many things we can resolve in the moment, but not everything. And so what can we then lean on when somebody's crisis is larger than just that immediate thing? And that's where that collaboration really comes in. I think it's tricky and important to identify timeline goals because there is, over collaboration and the stall out risk, where you think about it so much and look for the perfect answer so much that it doesn't move forward. And I definitely caution against that because it's not great for the trust piece.
So just, 3 messages for those considering such a program. What would be your top 3 bits of advice?
I would say include representation from your community in all of the discussions and ideally also in the implementation. Include in your budgeting plan how you're going to care for your staff that are responding to the trauma that exists in your community so that they can continue doing it. And prioritize the partnerships. Get buy-in from everybody that you can, because from a matter-of-fact standpoint, it benefits everybody. And finding the ways that it does and naming them is really helpful.
Great. And then just one more question. What percentage of your client population would be homeless? Do you have an idea about that? Like, are most of your calls like on the street? Are they in people's homes? Are they, all of the above?
60% are unhoused and 40% are housed.
Great. Thank you. Very helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry about that. I was on mute. Councilmember Penrose.
That's okay. Thank you. I am really overwhelmed with admiration for the way you have taken this and just gone with it and made it into a wonderful program. It sounds like your success has been well deserved, and I'm impressed. I have some specific questions. The Cahoots members are 500 hours of training, you said. And they start out with a degree or a certificate in mental health or in social services. So when they're actually working, are they on call? Do they rotate through? How many hours are they working? Can you give me some specifics on that?
Absolutely. That's a wonderful question. I don't know why I don't talk about that. So we do 12-hour shifts. And when you're on shift, you're on shift. And you can either be at the office or in the van that we drive, or on a call. And those are kind of the 3 locations that we'll find you at unless you take a break. There's 2 folks on there, and that's just what they're going to do. And right now, how many hours they work in a week is a lot because we're understaffed. But it's truly, we rotate around those 12-hour shifts. So people are just on shift and they're available for calls until they come in. And that design is because of the demand in our area and the scale of the need. That's how we made it. It's not the only way to do it, but that's how we do it.
And do they work, how many shifts a week would they work?
Ideally 3.
3.
And that leaves 4 hours a week for meetings if we need meetings, or trainings if we need to do trainings. We try to do a lot of ongoing training just to make sure that we're bringing in the best evidence-based practice, the best crisis response that we can. We want to make sure we're all on the same page about how we're doing suicide assessments, things like that. It really helps keep our team motivated and all on the same page. So we save that 4 hours.
How many people are in your team, and what is the population that you're serving?
We have 40 staff members on our team. And I think between the 2 cities that we serve, and then we serve a little bit of the county, 230 or so thousand is the population of all of that, I think. Maybe a little more.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Rohrbeck.
I look forward to the time when Half Moon Bay can have that kind of mobile response. It's really wonderful, and I really appreciate what GOATS is all about. My question has to do with your statement that do you think that BIPOC clients are hesitant to call 911 because it's police and they have some distrust of police. Is there any way around that? Do you have any suggestions that we could implement?
Excellent. Well, I can tell you what I'm trying to do and what I think. I think that for the scale of our situation, it would be worth it to have a connected but separate dispatch situation, similar to how we have a separate dispatcher for the police and fire, or for fire and EMS, excuse me, and then for the police department. Building a little separation in there makes sense for me. I think what's interesting in comparison between our 2 areas from the call I had last week about this, excuse my dog if you can hear him, is that we are the contractor with the city. Our cities have their own police and fire responses that are city employees, and then we are the contracted employee. And it sounds like in Half Moon Bay, the sheriff's department and I think also the EMS crew are contracted as part of the larger group. And so I think that's just an interesting difference that might lead to some flexibility in how that dispatching is done. Because we quite at our scale are benefited by having that direct line to dispatch and just being able to have that communication super efficiently. It's not the only way to do it though. The people that are sending the mobile crisis team out on calls could also be placing that call, and getting that support out there when it's needed, or having their own direct, like the dispatcher of the crisis team could have their own direct access to dispatch for police to try to make sure that that's efficient. There's other ways to kind of build some of those connections and be creative about those components. Did I get too far off of your question? I'm sorry. My wheels started turning.
Is 911 the only call number that people use? That's my.
They have non-emergency. We have a non-emergency line and the 911 line, and you can
Okay.
reach us through either line, but they are both through the police department. Yes.
I see. Thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Any other questions, Councilmember Arbeck, or?
No, that's it.
All right, Councilmember Jimenez.
I want to say, thank you for that presentation. When I first learned about your program, I did some reading and some research on your work, and I was very impressed, you know. But today, you know, as you speak on your program, I'm like, wow, even more impressed. I want to say felicidades, you know, congratulations for having a successful program in your community. And we hope that our community, Half Moon Bay, the coast, San Mateo County, will soon implement a program like the one you have. We definitely have a lot of work to do. And that comes, you know, in a position of, you know, the training. One of the things, you know, when you were, you know, explaining your program and how you go about working with your community, it reminded me about the work that I did as a juvenile probational officer in one of the juvenile camps. And it was a lot of that, you know, building a relationship with the youth that we serve. And we did it because we care. When you care for the community, you're gonna build a relationship. You're gonna find ways to connect with that community. For me, it was not just a job, you know, and I mean, right now, I still continue to practice, you know, my experience that I learned during those years with at the juvenile camp. I like to build relationships, you know, with our community that we serve, and that is, you know, a large population, you know, that we are in constant communication. So you might know we've had 2 incidents in the coast in the last 6 years. You know, 2 women, young lady, another woman, you know, lost their lives. You know, could have been prevented if we had, you know, a program like yours implemented at that time. So that's what we want to get to. We definitely want to learn more. We definitely want to have a program available to work with our community. And, you know, the questions that have come up, you know, about, you know, mostly comes down to, you know, the money, the budget, you know, what will be the cost? And I think that's what keeps, you know, people in our community worried about implementing a program like this. But when we see the outcome, you know, the outcome that comes, you know, how much money actually your program is saving the community that you serve, you know, the cities. That's what we want to get to. It's something gradually we have to start and move on to the position like that. Um, it's something that it's needed. I mean, across the country, you know, not just in your community, in your cities, you know, or not in California or other states, but it's something that we have to go that direction. I mean, doing the last now it's most like 3 months, you know, research about policing in our community and the approach, you know, the different departments are taking to work and build a relationship, you know, with the communities that they serve, and less militant, approach. It's something, I'm looking forward to that day that we have that, and that we sit down and have a conversation and ask the questions, how can I help you? And not necessarily, you're under arrest with no questions asked, thrown in the back of a police car and taken to jail. But more like, we're here to serve you. We're here to help you. And what it would take, to build that mentality, on the law enforcement, and you said very clear, you're not here, you're not replacing law enforcement. You're actually here to provide, assistance and help to the law enforcement. So we have talked about that on our programs that we're trying to, police reform in our community. We are not talking about replacing law enforcement. We're not talking about, taking funding from law enforcement. We need them, but at the same time, we need people that will specialize, that are actually can do the work that you do. And we have that in our community. We have people in our community that can do that type of work, that have been building relationships for years, people that are trusted by our community members, that can take that approach, that can sit down and listen, that can provide that support. So, that's, that your presentation has given us and has given me, hope, that someday, hopefully fairly soon, we want to work with other cities, in San Mateo County. I know it's like you get expensive to start a program like this. But I think, from your presentation, other community members, other cities that are contracted with the Sheriff's Department, we're looking to, how can we come together to implement a program like AHUTS has done and become a successful program to save lives and to serve our community. So I have no questions, like I said, I've been reading about your program, and but today, with your presentation, added more, to the hope that we have, to have a program like yours. So I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Ruddock.
Yes, so I understand from reading about your organization that you have to piece together many different funding sources to fund your wonderful operation.
Yes.
So it's tough if you have to rely on grants that often are for one-time cost as opposed to operations. But do you have any like revenue stream that pays like your recurring costs, something that you can rely on from day to day and year to year, as opposed to constantly applying for grants and things?
Yeah, those are our city and county contracts largely. The contracts that we have to provide like X amount of service for X amount of dollars is really where our baseline operates. And then the grant funding or the donation funding really supports any additionals that we can provide, which turn into like higher quality medical supplies. If we have tarps, blankets, socks, like basic needs for clients, stuff like that, we'll add those costs to things that if we didn't have, we could still provide our basic level of service, and then negotiate those ongoing costs into our funding contracts. But what I've found in the last year is that people are excited about donating to a different response, to something new, and want to commit to those more recurring donations. And I think that's really interesting. So finding ways for people to participate in it, I think would also be helpful. And the funding piece for the scale of it, I was thinking back to a presentation I did with somebody from the Denver Star program. And I remember hearing them talk about the limited amount of hours that they were operating. And that is also how Cahoots started. We started not all day, not 24/7. We were for a certain chunk of the busiest hours. And that was as much as we could afford to operate, and it was still helpful.
So, so like every year, Whitebird Clinic goes to the county, Lane County, and the cities for an annual budget appropriation. Is that basically?
And they're all on different schedules.
I bet.
But yes. Yeah.
Thank
And
you
we
very
look at, we look at what we've had and what we need for the following year, and we just try to get it through.
Thank you, Councilmember Reddick. Yeah, I had a couple of questions. Thank you, by the way, for staying here with us. I'm glad you're on the West Coast with us. I was curious, a couple of things. Our prior speaker spoke about crisis intervention training and how it's not, for sheriffs, and it only has so much utility and impact unless it's constantly reinforced. And I was wondering, this is my guess, but when you form these partnerships, with law enforcement, with trained folks who are, 500 hours of de-escalation training, do you find that there's a mutuality of learning that so that law enforcement folks who sometimes go out on calls together with a mental health worker, that it's mutually beneficial? They're picking up and observing some de-escalation tactics themselves in that process.
Like in the case that we are responding with law enforcement, or like a co-response, or in general, just learning from each other?
Yeah, where there's a there's a hybrid co-response. So
I think from the research I've seen on specifically co-response, where law enforcement is going out with a social worker or a mental health professional of some degree, they find that the addition to the law enforcement team becomes biased towards law enforcement practices, because that is who holds the power in that dynamic. That's who holds the ultimate say on how that thing is going to go. And so what's unique about the way that Cahoots responds with law enforcement is that we are our own entity and we're responding together. And so depending on the nature of the call, let's say someone calls and we're responding to somebody who's suicidal and has a firearm. And not just like in their house, but like has it, right? Law enforcement is going to take the lead on that conversation because they have that. They know how to do that. And I'm not bringing words to a gunfight. But if we're going and we know that they're in a house, we know they have kitchen knives, we know that they have access to things that they could harm themselves with and potentially somebody else if they felt like it. But really the nature of the call was that this person is suicidal. And so there's some degree of concern. Law enforcement came with us, we're going to take the lead. And so we will. And they're just right outside if we need to have that happen, or we can tell them that they're good and they can go do their next thing. And so we'll play that by ear. But when we're really in the field together, I think one of the visuals that stands out to me the most, because I've seen it so many times and it's so clear, is the semicircle of officers that will form around a client that's sitting down, and they're all standing because they need to stay standing. And first of all, they're wearing a lot of stuff. It's very hard to sit on the ground with a client. And also that's just part of it, right? They're trained to stay in a ready position. And I'm trained to walk through them and kneel in front of the client, and you create your own plane right there. And what's interesting to me is that sometimes on calls, I will see officers kneel down and be eye level with somebody that they're interacting with. And I always do wonder a little bit if they got that from us. I definitely think there's learning back and forth for sure. Because we debrief calls afterwards too sometimes. We'll say, why did you do that like that?
Yeah. No, thank you. I think my main takeaway, or at least that's confirmed, is that, we're in an interesting situation. We actually have to go to the county. We're not a full service city. So when it comes to mental health services, we have to really coordinate and go to the county for possible funding to set things up in absence of any grants. And there's only so much money in a small city of 15,000 folks that we can put, we could put some money into the pot, but there's some pretty limitations on how much to really upstand a program like this. But it seems to me that no matter how we do the contracting, the real key is to have, in my opinion, trusted local people who are already in the community. So if it's coming from the county, that subcontracting really has to come out to the coast side here, where there are already trusted folks who do work in the community, folks who are bilingual, people who already know some of the folks who can very well become clients, and be a valuable proactive resource to assess situations before they become crises, because they'll be in homes. They'll see how people are living. They'll see what the needs are. They'll see how the kids are doing. And I don't even think you could put an amount of money of how much really gets saved just because of that proactive assessment piece. It's probably triple what you're able to assess in other ways. So yeah, I think that's without that trust. And you mentioned at the very beginning there were certain partnerships that you wish you had done, focused on, came into later. And I think that's a really important learning to have, that we want to start at the front end thinking about that. And okay, any other questions before we let, yes, Councilmember Jimenez.
Quick question. Throughout the years, I mean, maybe the last years, about how many people were seriously injured when Cahoots responded to a call?
Do you mean clients or
clients? Yeah.
Yeah.
By Cahoots?
Yeah. Well, when you respond to a call, how many people were serious? How many of the clients were seriously injured by anyone? By themselves, police?
None by us. None. Definitely none by us, because we don't go hands-on in any way that's anything but preventative. We've been on scene but uninvolved in one shooting by police, and we respond to people that have seriously injured themselves sometimes, and it's often because they haven't disclosed the severity of their injury. When they called it in, they'll say, well, I cut my wrist and I don't really want to live anymore. So, and they're like, well, okay. And then we'll get out there and say, oh, okay, and give an intervention, but typically once we're on a scene, especially if it's a call that we were given, that severity of injury, that's what we're there to prevent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Penrose.
Yes, just a quick question. Who is it that provides the training for your Cahoots members?
We provide our own training. There's murmur in the wind that eventually there's going to be some kind of program for mobile crisis, which I think is going to be fantastic. But in the meantime, we hire folks and we give them all that training ourselves with people that are on the van. So we'll do a 3-person team instead of a 2-person team for a good amount of time to help people get familiar with the work. And you don't necessarily need to have the credentialing right up front. If you're close, we'll spend that time on the van really getting you there and getting you that certificate.
That's a good question. Who initially provided the training when you started out during the first, let's say, 5 years for your group?
We had, prior to going out in the community, we had a crisis center where you could come with your crisis. So we had people that had been responding to the needs. The real difference was just going out in the community and doing it. And so what really, some of our strongest crisis workers in the field have been bartenders, ex-bartenders, who are very good at talking with people and talking to intoxicated people and getting the point across. I am a nurse and I worked with mental health in the emergency room for a while, stuff like that. And the bartenders out communicate me on calls with drunk clients every time. They are so much better at it than me. And I just am like, fine, that's your superpower. You can have it. So the point is the scope, the roles that you're looking for that contribute to quality crisis work are really very varied. There's that ability to control yourself when faced with an escalated situation. That is, to me, the number one pillar of a good crisis worker. To see somebody else having a crisis and not go into a crisis yourself is a skill that can be developed, but is a lot easier to do the work if you already have it. That's like to me, that's the number one. And then providing the trainings. We just stood up a consulting program that can help try to define what it is that needs to be in a training. And I believe that there are far more local options, that can try to support what the context is going to need to be.
Great. That's fantastic to know. Sometimes people think you need to have a PhD to do this work, and knowing that bartenders, I'm sure there's some other professions you found that also are terrific people that be able to handle crisis. So that was great. Thank you. Okay. You've been incredibly generous with your time, Ebony, and we really appreciate you spending time with us this evening. We'd like to let you go, but again, congratulations on a great program, and thank you for being with us here tonight. This was great.
Thank you so much. Happy to talk with you all, and really look forward to seeing what you can come up with.
Thank you. Okay. We are going to take a 10-minute break till 9 o'clock. When we come back, we'll receive a staff report. Council will have an opportunity to ask some clarifying questions around that. And then we will open up for public comment. And then staff will have its deliberations prior to considering resolutions before us. So just want to let everyone else in our audience tonight know what to expect when we come back. All right, thanks everyone. We'll see you at 9 o'clock.
this, the rest of our staff report, then you're going to take public comment. I think I heard you say right before the break. So that sounds like a good plan. We'll try to
Yep.
make our portion fairly brief. There may be some council questions and we'll take those. So we're going to now pivot in the staff report to recommendation 2 and 3. Recommendation 2 is really tied to the direction we received from the council at the June 15th meeting. On top of bringing in the 2 speakers, staff was asked to look into hybrid models of policing that came out of the discussion of the Jimenez-Rarbeck paper, as you might recall. And so Catherine did the research on that, so she'll present that. And then following Catherine, we were then subsequently asked at the Public Safety Committee to do some additional research on cities that have different variations of citizen-involved public safety committees, commissions. They have different names. And so Jonathan Roisman with our city clerk's office did all the research on that. A lot of research went into that, and he'll present those findings. And then Matthew will go through the 10 recommendations that are attached to your staff report. That's recommendation number 3 that came out of the Public Safety Subcommittee. Those were presented to the Public Safety Subcommittee, and we will now then present those to the whole council, and then I'll wrap it up and turn it back over to the council. So Catherine, please.
Thank you so much. So I will, it is a tough act to follow, our last 2 speakers, but I would like to just summarize the research that the council requested in terms of other cities that have hybrid policing arrangements. So if, yeah, there we go. Go ahead, next slide. There we go. So basically my research found that roughly I put into 3 different categories, cities that contract for police services, but then also have some sort of, in-house public safety division. And I summarized those in the staff report. Basically under the first category, there were several cities, and the number in parentheses is the population of the city as of 2019. These are cities that contract with the sheriff's office, or in the case of the city of Santa Fe Springs, they actually contract with another city, City of Whittier's police department. They also have departments of public safety that both oversee the sheriff's contract, are also in charge of other sort of public safety issues such as animal control, code enforcement, emergency services, and the like. A couple of these cities, Stanton and Poway, also have robust ranger programs. These are unarmed rangers, but these rangers patrol neighborhoods and parks. And sort of the idea is to free up sheriff's office to focus on law enforcement needs. So that was sort of the first category here. I had a much harder time finding cities that both contract for police services and then also have their own small police force. Couple examples here that I highlighted. One was the city of Rio Vista, had its own police force, but also contracted with the sheriff. I think it was Solano County. I think that's Solano County. But it turns out that was actually a temporary arrangement. The city subsequently dissolved its own police department, so that dual hybrid was actually a transitional move on its part. The city of Del Mar was another kind of interesting one. They actually had they contract with the San Diego County Sheriff, and they also have or had, as the case maybe an in-house ranger who was a full peace officer status individual who worked in tandem with the sheriff's office on law enforcement services. And I say that's because actually that individual is no longer with the city of Del Mar. Instead, Del Mar contracts solely with San Diego County Sheriff. But in doing so, there's actually, the city did actually quite a bit of research, retained an independent consultant, Ralph Anderson firm, to look at these various models. They were looking at both the hybrid arrangement, going in-house, fully in-house for police services, versus the share of contracts. So there's actually a lot of data and research on their website that's linked in the table, that staff report. And then finally, in the other category, I contacted the town of Danville, which contracts with Contra Costa Sheriff, and is sort of a I think good case study just in terms of they're looking at a lot of the same issues that Half Moon Bay is looking at. They have unfortunately had 2 officer-involved shootings in the past recent years, both resulting in fatalities, and are looking at looking at a lot of the same issues that the city of Half Moon Bay is looking at. One thing that they're exploring is maintaining its contract with the sheriff, but routing dispatch calls to the fire department, the San Ramon Fire Department. And they've received a presentation on that and are exploring it with the idea that this would reduce the demands on a law enforcement response and instead, have those calls as appropriate go, directly to fire, because many of them are actually, require EMT paramedic type of responses. So that basically, summarizes the research. I didn't look at hybrid in the sense of cities that have mental health crisis teams. You've heard quite a few of examples of that from the last 2 previous speakers. So I will stop there and hand it over to, I believe Jonathan is taking the next topic.
Thanks, Catherine. Good evening, members of the City Council. So I looked at the public safety oversight bodies in California, and according to the nonprofit National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement, approximately 30 cities, counties, and special districts in California have some form of public safety oversight body. The structure and purpose of these oversight bodies vary. The majority of jurisdictions that have an advisory oversight commission or committee, they were created by the local legislative body, the city council or the county board. Most have no direct control over law enforcement conduct. They're designed to act as an advisory board to recommend changes to city leadership based on specific incidents brought to its attention. Larger cities and a few medium-sized cities in the state have an independent police auditor. Auditors sometimes have direct decision-making authority, and cities such as San Francisco even have their own internal department to review misconduct. The small cities in California with an independent police auditor have about 65,000 people, and the examples that I could find were Davis, Palo Alto, and Santa Cruz. I couldn't find any contract cities that have their own independent auditor, but there are a few contract cities that do have some form of oversight committee. Next, oh, thank you. The city also conducted an informal survey of 40 city managers' offices in California. It was a mix of contract and non-contract cities. About 10 cities have a public safety subcommittee with city council members. A few cities had a citizen-led public safety committee, and some municipalities have considered a tax measure to fund an oversight body, whether it's a commission, committee, or independent auditor, although this has been mainly in larger cities. In 2020, Berkeley, San Jose, and San Diego had ballot measures to help fund its oversight bodies to be active 100% of the time. And that's it for me. I think Matthew's next.
Thank you, Jonathan and Catherine, and pleased to be before you tonight, council members. I'll be presenting the recommendations that were shared with the Public Safety Subcommittee a few weeks ago. These are actions that we believe that the city can take or continue to take based on the ongoing work that has taken place since last summer, including community outreach, the subcommittee meetings, and meetings here with the council. And we're interested in feedback from your council and open to changes and recommendations coming out of this. The first recommendation is really to continue the implementation of the Llanera Serrano Presente program. For those in the audience that aren't aware of this, this is a program developed by the Latino Advisory Council of the Coast Side to really help in a couple of different areas. One is to build trust between law enforcement and the community, to help eliminate some of the causes of fear from members of our community and complications of their interactions with law enforcement, and to overcome some of the other challenges that we face in our community around law enforcement. The three portions of the Llanera Serrano Presente program that we've already began the process of implementing include the community outreach portion, the community connection portion. Through our Meet the Deputies program, we held our inaugural event about a month ago. It was a Zoom meeting where two of our deputies and our sheriff's captain were available to take questions from members of our community. They shared a little bit about themselves and their journey to joining law enforcement. And again, the idea was for them to just connect with the community and be able to start to develop relationships. There was some great things that came out of that meeting, but what we soon realized was that format was not really conducive to building the kinds of connections that I think really humanize deputies in the eyes of community members and humanize community members in the eyes of deputies, and really start to build relationships. And so we've been working with the sheriff's office and members of the council to refine the plan, and we'll have some announcements shortly about future events, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. But the idea is to do something more informal that allows our deputies to sit down and maybe have a meal with members of our community, go into the community where individuals live and work, and really develop more personal relationships as opposed to a more formalized approach. So we're excited about that, and we'll continue to work towards making improvements there. There are other recommendations that include, walking in the communities with community members and community leaders, meeting with business leaders and other things, and we'll continue to look at ways to implement those recommendations. The second portion is a resource line. I shared with you tonight the feedback line and web page that allows members of our community kind of an arm's length opportunity to share feedback about the sheriff's office without their existing fear of some sort of retaliation or other complications with law enforcement. And so our hope, and both of these programs, of course, are being developed in collaboration with the Latino Advisory Council and other parts of our community. And we're grateful to nonprofits that and community leaders that have really advised us and helped us develop this in a way that it really meets the spirit and the needs of the community. Our hope is that this resource line will again provide an opportunity for folks to give feedback, share positive and negative experiences, allow us to start to collect data and trends on some of the concerns that we have in our community, and hopefully use that information to make decisions in the future and work with the sheriff's office to address concerns or problems that arise. The third piece is this commitment to mental health services, and some of the presentations we heard tonight tie into this. During our focus group sessions that we held last year and early this year, we held 2 focus groups around mental health and convened a large number of mental health providers and community members to talk about how we can improve the response to mental health in our community. And we'll continue to work with them to determine the best way to provide enhanced mental health services, or potentially the type of response program we've learned about tonight. The City Council has committed $75,000 in our upcoming budget, or our current budget, to help fund the initial stages of these efforts. And of course, we'll be working with the county and other community partners to raise additional funds. As we've heard, these are not services that come cheap, but we're hopeful that through collaborative support, as well as collaboration with service providers here on the coast, we'll have opportunities to continue to move this forward. The fourth piece of the Nero Serrano Presente program related to the 8 Can't Wait initiative, which is a series of recommendations about the use of force that is being shared nationally. The Sheriff's Office gave us a presentation last summer and shared that they've adopted 6 of the 8 recommendations fully from that program, and that the final 2 they've adopted with minor caveats based on situations. The Latino Advisory Council is reviewing that response, and we plan to meet with them when they're ready to discuss how they feel about the sheriff's response to that and see if we need to continue to address that item. The second recommendation is just in line with the Nero Serrano Presente program, promote events and opportunities for deputies to meet community members and business operators where they live and work. The Meet the Deputies program meets that. Another important event I want to plug tonight is on August 3rd is National Night Out. This is something we do annually, but it's a nationwide program to connect communities with law enforcement. And it's done through block parties. And so we promote community members to hold block parties, and then the sheriff's office, as well as other first responders, including city staff and our fire department, go out into the community and meet with members and build those connections. That'll be happening August 3rd. If you go to the city website, in our main banner, you'll find a link to how you can actually get some funding and other support to host one of these block parties and make sure that you get help in facilitating that and having first responders come and participate in that event. So looking forward to that. And this is certainly one of those areas we would love to hear from the community about other ideas for connecting our law enforcement to the community. We've talked about this before, and it's been authorized in this year's budget to hire a professional service to conduct a community survey to ascertain community sentiment around public safety in Half Moon Bay. And we've gotten a lot of feedback on how we should make sure that the provider designs this survey and then uses the information. So there will be more to come on that in the next month or so as we push that forward. Once fully implemented, and this really falls under the analysis portion of our recommendations, we would request statistical data from the Sheriff's Office that it would be tracked in compliance with AB 953. That is the Racial and Identity Profiling Act of 2015 that was adopted here in California. And the sheriff is currently implementing or working on implementing, as are all law enforcement agencies in California. The hope here is to better understand the demographics of interactions between law enforcement and the community, to identify trends such as concerns about racial profiling and other incidents. And this is a tool that hopefully will be effective in gathering that information, and I think will be really helpful as it's implemented and we're able to work with the Sheriff's Office on gathering that data and making decisions based on that data. Under mental health, one of the recommendations prior to tonight's meeting was to invite a representative from Cahoots, and of course that took place tonight, and I think was really, really helpful in kind of framing the mental health response discussion here in the city. I think as an extension of this recommendation, we will continue to research and understand some of these other programs that exist and work with that mental health focus group that we met with in the past to identify ways to potentially implement something here in Half Moon Bay and on the coast side. Along with that, we know that San Mateo County is developing a pilot program with the 4 largest cities in our county: Redwood City, San Mateo, South City, and Daly City. And that program basically pairs a county-provided mental health clinician with specially trained law enforcement within those cities. All of them have their own independent police departments. And this would be the co-responder model that we heard about tonight. Our understanding is the county has recently entered into a contract with a nonprofit to provide those mental health clinicians. And so I think they're hopeful that over the next couple of months, this will be implemented, and it's something we're going to watch and identify if there's an opportunity for us to model that here. Funding, as we've heard, is a big issue if we want to implement changes here in Half Moon Bay. And so, we need to be identifying, pursuing, and hopefully obtaining grants and other outside funding sources to increase our mental health services here on the coast. But specifically, we need to be working with the county, who is charged and funded to provide mental health services throughout San Mateo County, to find ways to direct some of that funding and services to implement first responder type programs to minimize the use of armed deputies in all responses as they are now. Additionally, we believe we need to, if we want to implement some of these approaches and these solutions, we need to consider a tax measure or other type of revenue source that could be specifically designated to enhance public safety and mental health services here on the coast. And this isn't something that likely happens very quickly, but could help us with making something sustainable in the long term. And then under partnership, there are 5 San Mateo County cities who contract with the sheriff for police services. And we believe that by working together, we can identify issues that could be, as a group, worked out with the sheriff's office to make improvements and reforms to the services that are provided. The reason it's worded this way, proposed creation, is simply because we obviously don't have control over those other agencies, those other cities, that and their willingness and desire to participate in this type of a working group, or to what degree they would want to participate. But we have great relationships with all the city managers, meet with them on a very regular basis, and believe we can get some form of this up and running, and we would likely take a strong lead in that role. And then, of course, the final piece of this is our contract with the sheriff. The current term of it expires at the end of June in 2022. We have to make a decision by September of this year if we want to exercise the final amendment that would give us an additional term, I believe, of 5 years. And correct me if I'm wrong, Bob, maybe it's 3 years. I can't recall at this moment. But if that's what we decide to do, there is a negotiation that happens. We went through this several years ago. And during that process, we would want to consider modifications to that contract to create improvement in areas of community policing, training, and mental health response, so that the sheriff is really a partner with us as we move forward with some of these ideas. And with that, we're happy to take any questions on any of these items, and looking forward to a robust discussion about all of this, including all these recommendations.
Thank you, everyone, for all your presentations. Any clarifying questions for Catherine, Jonathan, or Matthew from what you've heard? Councilmember Penrose.
Yes, I wonder if in Catherine's research, she saw any cities where the traffic enforcement part of policing was placed in a separate category, for instance, under the Public Safety Committee.
So I will say I did not find any, my research focused on contract cities, so it was narrow in that sense. Berkeley, as we heard, is exploring this option of putting civilian staff in charge of traffic enforcement. But my understanding is that is still a work in progress, and we don't actually have, our last presenter indicated that we don't actually have the data yet to see how that's going.
Thank you.
I have a question if no one else does. I'll double check. Jonathan, I just want to check something to make sure I heard it right. In terms of some of these oversight bodies, you said some cities have an independent auditor. Now, I'm assuming those are cities, I think you said no contract cities has an independent auditor. So it's really just cities who have their own police forces, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so we don't have any examples of any contract city that could start conducting its own independent investigations, et cetera. Correct?
Not that I could find, correct.
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay. All right. No more. Oh, sorry. Councilmember Jimenez.
I'm going to the recommendations. You know, there's several things. I think, you know, our community, the city of Half Moon Bay, we need more clarifying things. We need a more ambitious, you know, way of, you know, the way we're gonna do things in our community. I think that our community needs to understand that city staff and city council, we care about their safety. We care, you know, about how we're gonna respond to their needs, about doing the proper outreach, you know, in the programs that we have. We've heard from Cahoots and from Stanford law students about the need of creating the relationship, you know, with the community. There's several things that gets my attention on this. You know, one of them, you know, is number 8, you know, doing a tax measure. I think, you know, we need other sources of funding. We need to do more research on grants that we might have that will not affect, you know, our community. When we talk about taxing our community to implement a program that will benefit them, you know, it's going to keep a lot of people from supporting programs like this. So we need to look into other sources, you know, funding, you know, going into the, you know, county, going to the state, grants for the foundations. We live in Silicon Valley. You know, we have the money to fund programs like this that will benefit our community. Not only, like I said, not only at Half Moon Bay community, but the region of the coast, you know, the coast side, Pacifica to Pescadero, if it needs to be. So we want to make sure, you know, that programs like this, the ones we're talking about, Yanira Serrano Presente program, you know, present a full benefit without putting a burden on our community by taxing them. So, you know, so I would like to maybe change that, you know, number 8, you know, instead of saying, you know, the tax measure, you know, maybe we look for other revenue sources.
Councilmember Jimenez, doesn't number 7 cover that? Pursue grants and
Yes,
other outside
number
funding?
Number 8 also, you know, is that what we considering, you know, taxing, you know, a tax measure for the community. So maybe we can thinking about striking that, you know, and not taxing our community where we can find other sources of our revenue.
So I think this is a good discussion, but right now it's for clarifying questions. And this should be part of our discussion after we have public comments.
I will take that as I know move well for the public comments, but it's just, you know, my concern was about, you know, if it would be that possible to not to tax our community to provide funding for programs like this.
No, I totally understand. I just, you know, in terms of our process, you know, we do some clarifying questions here, and then we have a, you know, discussion after the public comments to look at everything we heard presented. So that would be a really good time to talk about some of the recommendations and changing or whatever.
And Mr. Mayor, Councilmember
Yeah.
Jimenez, I've made a note. I certainly won't let us forget, and I'll certainly, when the time is right, towards the end, after you take public comment, I'll address the thinking behind it, and that will open up the discussion for the rest of you on Councilmember Jimenez's thoughts on the tax measure idea.
No more questions.
All right. Thanks. Oh, I don't see any other hands raised anymore. Okay. So now we are going to enter our official public comment phase for this item. And if everyone who's in attendance can take a look under participants, and you'll notice there's a hand raise symbol that you can click on to raise your hand if you would like to make a comment. And I'm going to give this, at least a minute so it can populate. So again, now is the time to click on a raised hand if you'd like to make a public comment this evening. Okay. Oh, got a couple more. All right, great. Got around 13 folks so far. See Mr. Wonderful just raised their hand. I love that. Okay. So Jessica, if you can set, the way we work this, each person will have 2 minutes, and you'll see in your upper left-hand corner of your screen a blue sky timer. And we'll try and give you a warning when you're getting close to the end of those 2 minutes. And I think we could begin. Thank you.
Okay, first up, we have Gina Berries. Gina, you have 2 minutes. Gina,
Sure. Yeah,
you go.
thank you.
Okay.
So I guess Mr. Lopez has left the room, but I just wanted to, first of all, I support our sheriff and deputies, and no one I know fears them or has had anything but positive interactions with these respected authority figures. And they protect us and they provide safety every day. And that is why I feel safe living in Half Moon Bay and in my neighborhood. And I would like it to continue that way. So I wanted to thank Mr. Lopez for his commitment to our town. We have considerably low crime issues in Half Moon Bay, primarily due to our sheriff's department's involvement, and 2 incidences in 6 years is not notable. So I have a question on why are we spending money to evaluate something that is not broken? And why are we using models based off of high density, high crime, like Berkeley? And most of our incidences are traffic involved, and we already don't have enough coverage on our traffic incidences, and we need more coverage there because, as you know, on the weekends, that is where the issues arise from: drinking, driving, running lights, blocking streets, and infractions. So why are we looking at this? Why are we asking more money from our citizens? We're already paying high property taxes. And I would like to know what our mental health call numbers are. How many people are actually, how many deputies are going out for mental health calls? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
Next, we have Alan Strawmeyer.
Alan, I think you're on mute.
Hi, thank
Oh,
you.
there you go. Perfect. Sorry. Thank you.
I've got to tell you, the Zoom approach too controlling for me. Anyway, Officer Lopez is someone I thought that a lot of the comments should have been directed to him. I personally have found that the policing in Half Moon Bay does the job, and I've found when I've interacted with him, which I've got to say is not all that often, They're very pleasant. They are trusted by me. I hear one of the council members seem to indicate that they're not trusted, that they're thrown into cars all the time, and I haven't actually witnessed that, but I've certainly witnessed a lot of car situations, blocking intersections, horns, speeding up and down Highway 1. I personally think that the involvement of Captain Lopez should be far more inclusive in this discussion than it has been this evening. I've witnessed it all the whole time. And I think that a lot of the comments should be directed to him, because we want to hear his response in terms of trust within the community. And I think that they've been doing an outstanding job. And I'm very pleased with not only the policing, but also the response from the firemen and the EMTs. So thank you for your service, Captain Lopez. You're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Our next speaker.
Bill Balson. Bill, you have 2 minutes.
Thanks very much. This was a pretty important meeting. I appreciate the city arranging these expert witnesses. Ebony was particularly eloquent, wasn't she? In fact, I want to quote from her. She's not bringing words to a gunfight. The 2 headline cases in Half Moon Bay involved a gunfight. Very unfortunate gunfight. We'd like to avoid it. Probably both involved mental health issues. It'd be nice to hypothesize that a white dressed person with a little cap and a stethoscope is going to be able to figure out their problems. But when a gun's involved, that's not possible. We're asking people, sheriff's deputies, to go stand in front of the person with a gun and prevent them from shooting innocent people. It's really that simple. They face the same problem in Eugene. The other piece of information that Ebony provided very helpfully was that her staff was about 41 people. Eugene has about 176,000 people. Now, that's about 15 times more than Half Moon Bay. On a proportional basis, that's about 3 people for Half Moon Bay. I don't quibble with the fact that it might help to have 3 people focused on mental health services to help people in Half Moon Bay. Certainly, there's a lot of people that deserve and need some additional services. We have a lot of services, but probably not enough. Having said that, it's not at all surprising that this city council has proposed an alternative that says we need more staff and more taxes. It's nonsense. You guys need to get with the program and figure out how to do your job.
Bill, next speaker, please.
Mike Ferrara, you have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Brownstone and council staff. Regarding the presentations that we saw tonight, there was a lot of interesting stuff that came from Stanford. I think, though, that some of the people involved there were not aware that we were at minimum staffing already, and that the council is pretty much committed to minimum staffing from the sheriff's department. And so there isn't any money saving to be done. That part of their report kind of tilted for me. So whatever we do, it should cost more. To what degree the county should absorb some of those extra costs, there's a big question, because they get the share of the property tax that would go to mental health services. The city does not. I like the idea that you're working more with the 5 cities. I also thought that Councilmember Penrose had a good question and comment regarding looking at the coast side as a whole. And so there's a lot to be gained from what was presented to you tonight. I do think that I do think that there is a way forward on this to improve things. And in that respect, I think you're on the right path. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Maureen Fleming, you have 2 minutes. Oops. Phil Marshall, actually, sorry, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I thought it was great to hear the 2 presentations earlier. Really appreciate having those. I thought they made a compelling case for a comprehensive public safety and public health approach to policing. And in particular, one where local legislators are in control of policy and have community-aware first responders that both improve the service for the community and save money. I thought that was compelling. I also noted that there was reference for the need for dedicated staff expertise to manage it, especially during the startup phase. And so I just wanted to urge the council not to discard lightly the concept of a dedicated Department of Public Safety with a well-qualified and experienced director to make the approach work in Half Moon Bay and for the coast side. It may not fit the bill now, but it might well do later. And I think it's worth keeping in mind. I mean, more generally, I think it's fantastic we're talking about practicalities tonight after a long time of wondering whether to do something. It looks like you're really serious about doing something important, and I think that's fantastic. I heard a bit of concern in the community about the impact of community responder programs might have on the crime rate. I think focusing on the current crime rate without any context or information about its trend is exactly how a city should not try and measure success in policing. Instead, as well as collecting data, I think the city should be researching and adopting metrics that capture the impact of policing in Half Moon Bay on public health and safety, as well as just looking at crime rate. And this is something that I think we could be doing as the first community responder programs get going in Half Moon Bay and in the county around us. We want to know whether the programs are succeeding in that way. People might be wondering why the emphasis on stress in the community and public health of the community. I guess if the stress from policing in Half Moon Bay isn't affecting you, and you don't fear the deputies, then you're one of the lucky ones. I mean, plenty of our neighbors, and in particular our Latino neighbors, do feel that fear and do feel that stress. And I think we need to be looking out for those neighbors of ours. And so just encourage the city to keep in mind the need for good metrics for success as all of this gets going. And again, great to hear serious discussion of it. Thank you.
So, next we have Maureen Fleming. Maureen, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, good evening, everyone. First, I just want to say that I definitely support any improvement in mental health and de-escalation. But on the same note, I want to emphatically state that our sheriffs have done a very excellent job on this coast. And so if something's not broken, you don't fix it. My next few points are that we absolutely need to get the sheriff included. I would like to hear from some experts who say that this type of policing does not work. I'd like to hear some experts that are very much pro-police rather than having a preconceived agenda that this is what you plan to go forward with. Secondly, I'd like to know the survey that's coming up. Will all of the coast side be included or just Half Moon Bay residents? I'd also like to know, I see about oversight and outreach meetings, and I'd like to know, no one ever outreached to me for my input. So I wonder where this gets published. On the last Public Safety Committee meeting, there was 24 hours notice on that. And then finally, the 2 important points is that the sheriffs must be armed. It's dangerous if you don't have your armed sheriffs. And I'm adamantly against anyone suggesting that the vehicle code and the laws of the land not be enforced. They must be enforced that's an ideal time when the sheriff does a stop on a vehicle. That's an ideal time for them to look whether that person has a license, whether the car's stolen, whether they have insurance. And most recently, I will mention there was a bike rider on the golf course driveway. He was pulled over, and that sheriff should be given a reward because that person at midnight he had a record of drugs and he had 2 outstanding felony warrants. So we have very alert sheriffs, and we need to keep our police departments intact. Thank you, everyone.
Next speaker, please.
Paulette Eisen, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Brownstone and City Council members and staff. I have to concur with many of the comments that I just heard. I definitely feel very Captain Lopez, where have you been in this discussion? We need you. We need you to be part of this. This is a time when America, throughout all the cities, all the different places are looking at, and it's like every now and again, you really do need to take stock of what you've got, how it's working. Is it working well? Does it need improving? Does it need adjusting? And you are the most important person, as far as I'm concerned, to be part of that discussion. So I don't know how you put this program together, but I feel like we're missing a huge component to this program tonight, and that is Captain Saul Lopez. And this is the time to take a look at things. Maybe nothing needs to be fixed. Maybe something could be adjusted. Certainly the biggest problem here is the thousands and thousands of visitors that we get every weekend. That is Half Moon Bay's most significant challenge when it comes to policing and dealing with all these visitors. But also, I want to feel safe in my home. I've already been a victim of theft from my home, right at my home. And, police isn't there. One of the things I feel is that we don't have any patrolling going on. When I lived in Walnut Creek, there were police cars, patrolling people or walking neighborhoods, or there's nothing going on here. So it's like I feel every homeowner here, or everyone living, doesn't have to be a homeowner, could be a renter, but has to have their own security system, because it's like we have nothing. You guys, we have so few of you, and we know that you're busy dealing with these calls and everything you're getting. So I feel safer here than I would living in Oakland. That was an option before I moved here, and I said, no, I don't want to live there. I thought it was too dangerous.
Paulette, your time is up.
Here, but at the same time, we need more, not less right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Karina, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, sorry you cut out right when you called me. So I wanted to thank you for bringing these speakers and the staff reports. They've all been very informative and impressive. That sounds like the people may disagree on the details. I think we all agree that this is an important topic to get right. I think we all agree, and it seems clear to me that City Council and staff believe that maintaining the safety and crime levels we currently have in Half Moon Bay are table stakes for this conversation. It's obviously a main priority, and it's a given that it will remain central in these conversations as they go forward. The question is, how do we fix what's not working while maintaining what is? Answering this question requires serious thought and attention. It requires research, analysis, and experience. We need data to help us make these decisions. I heard another commenter wonder about this and agree that it would be great to understand more about the data around what are the calls, what are the things that are being responded to. The decision requires intellectual rigor and input from all stakeholders. It requires understanding that correlation is not causation and looking for data that illuminates true causal links. We do not make these decisions based on the hot takes and simplistic views of this issue based solely off of political affiliation or which pundits you listen to. I think the city is doing that. I think it was evidenced here tonight. I'm very grateful and look forward to seeing where the city goes in the coming months and years. As you proceed, I urge you to ask now for more concrete actions from staff with requests for regular reports on progress and status to the City Council. Thank you again for all of your careful thought and attention to this issue.
Thank you, Cara. Next speaker, please.
Alice, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you all, city council members and city staff. Really thank you for all the time that you've spent on this important issue and doing a lot of research and listening. I think listening is so important in this whole process, and you've done a really great job of that. And I support the Unidas Serrano Presente program recommendations that you have done, and see it as a good start as we move towards a more robust program like Cahoots with full public safety kind of program emphasis. I just want to mention, as a white woman, I know that I'm not stopped when I make traffic mistakes. And I have listened myself in the community and witnessed friends and just people on our street where the traffic stops where I live is predominantly, disproportionately people of color. And it's not gunfights, it's just traffic stops. So I just want to say that it's important for us to be listening to all sectors of the community, including those that don't feel they get stopped as much. You mentioned that throughout the comments where they're trusted community members. We have trusted community members in organizations like ALICE and AGCW and Coast Pride and YLI that can be called on to help support this. I just want to encourage with the public survey to include those community members in drafting that survey, trying to get outreach to wide sectors that don't often can't have access to computers and those kinds of things, or even language, giving language diversity to that. And I want to concur with Council Member Jimenez that putting the taxes, I think there's so much support around these kinds of things right now that putting a tax is a non-starter and it dilutes it. And I think there's many others that are willing to support with alternative funding. So I just want to encourage to continue collaborating with community organizations, cities, COSIDE, and the sheriff. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Alice. Next speaker, please.
Maria Grutenberg, you have 2 minutes. Maria, you might be muted.
Yeah, Maria, it looks like you're on. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Hi. So I'm a lawyer and the property manager in San Mateo County, and I have 20 years experience dealing with property management. I deal with homeless, not by writing term papers in Stanford Law Library, but I actually talk to my homeless quarters on a weekly basis. I wonder how many professors and experts who you called today actually dealt with real life homelessness. It seems like we're trying to help police do their job. Why don't we speak to police and see what they need? My biggest problem today was Ms. Morgan saying that homeless are her clients. Well, if that's her clients, then she should not be consulting the city. The clients are residents of the city and law-abiding citizens. So this is the crowd we should be helping, not the criminals. And by the way, at the time when people call police to deal with homeless, these people are out of control. Having a clinical psychologist would be laughable. This is an approach of people who never dealt with the real issues. And that's the problem with the whole approach to this changing what's working. And I think we heard from a lot of people saying that the approach right now is working. What is the point of changing it? And my appeal to people on this call, there's lots of people listening and being frustrated how their tax money is being spent. The only way to change it is not to participate in these hearings because we can all predict the outcome. They will listen to us and never do anything. You have to be running for office and get people who defund the police out of the office, because this is a effort to defund the police and nothing else. Please see it for what it is. Just want to quote a couple of things from Miss Morgan's paper. She's saying, for the sake of equity, we have a responsibility to dismantle a system of oppression. Another quote, I am proudly standing with Black Lives Matter. For people who are so much caring about the feelings, you should care about the feelings of police. These slogans are highly offensive to police, and they're the ones protecting us. I would encourage you not to bring speakers who are offending to our police. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tony Serrano, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Jessica. Good evening. I am calling in support of the 10 public safety recommendations for fiscal year 21-22 and the continuation and implementation of the Nira Serrano Presente program. Under the commitment to mental health services, I would like to see a CAHOOTS type of program implemented by the city of Half Moon Bay with the help of neighborhood communities. We need a program that is rooted in the same coastal community it will serve. The Latino Advisory Board met with a representative from the CAHOOTS months ago. We love what they're doing, and it effectively supports our homeless individuals having mental health crisis. And it is also cost effective in rerouting law enforcement where it's needed. We have the opportunity to invest in community-led interventions proven more effective in impact and cost than law enforcement response. Across California, community organizations have been effectively responding to emergency situations. Now more than ever, it is time we make investments to scale these cost-saving alternatives to police response and ensure our community emerges more resilient. I also support the request for statistical data that will track information on all police stops in compliance with AB 953. I spoke to 10 people. All of them said they feel anxious about being stopped by police, and none of them were comfortable speaking up tonight. 6 of them explicitly said they were worried about retaliation. Finally, I hope you can lead us in a path that is unbiased and neutral, because that is what staff should be doing, looking at the needs of the community without looking at personal interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Crystal Klingel, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so many things. I am a mom here in Half Moon Bay. I have a son that is severe mental health. My cousin just died a couple months ago from ODing, so I'm very familiar with these topics here. Couple things. I do think that there's a lot of nonprofit programs here on the coast side from El Granada, the HOPE program all the way down to Puente, that do offer some sort of outpatient clinician programs already that they're funded through the county. There's the FAST program also that's funded, that has funding as well. So reinventing the wheel for programs that are already right here on the coast side potentially, or that we could partner up with, or see how it could all collaborate might be helpful. The hotel that was just purchased by the county and funded through the CARE Act and is not being looked at to be funded by the citizens of Half Moon Bay also sounds like it's going to be a kind of a one-stop shop for helping that type of people, so like homeless or people that need to live there, and help them find services necessary. I do agree with I did notice that the CAHOOTS, I had lots of questions for her, but I did notice that she said that their program, it sounded like most of their stuff was all hands-on experience, and they didn't have psychologists in the field. And so I would want more information about that, and maybe some better numbers to look at. that's pretty much it. I have lots of questions about this before anything move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Next speaker, please.
Dennis Mahoney, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah, so this, I listened tonight, and it is nothing but more sheer leftist lunacy and ill-conceived social engineering. I'd like to mention next that the city of Half Moon Bay has a long history of fiscal mismanagement. You need to live within your budgets. You need to think twice before you start asking other people outside this county or registered voters and taxpayers to give you more money to spend on programs like this. Law enforcement needs to do its job. You need to enforce the law and public safety. They need to use force when force is deemed necessary in their judgment, and that includes deadly force. They need to be supported. In my own immediate neighborhood, there are 6 of us who have been repeatedly harassed and assaulted by one individual. We all have restraining orders. I hold restraining orders against this person. I have been assaulted while the restraining orders were in place. I've talked to Captain Lopez twice. I expect him immensely. He's a great police officer, and others have said that they're great sheriffs. But my view is their hands are tied. Their hands are tied by higher ups in the organization and by the political structure that is leading to the ruin of what was once a great state of California and is now ranked on many measures as one of the worst states in the country. This is just sheer folly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Wonderful, you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Wonderful, you are muted. Can you please unmute?
I see. Okay, now working?
Yep, perfect. We can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Brian Matter. First of all, the public comment did not appear on the agenda for tonight. I think that's rude, if not improper. Second, I read that the Attorney General of California now has teams of investigators from the California Department of Justice who will investigate officer shootings. They have a staff of 33 special agents and supervisors who can call on other specialists as needed. I really don't understand why you're still talking about doing something locally when you've been preempted or trumped, if you can accept that term, by the state. Third, you had a grad student from the Leland Stanford Junior University who said policing is inequitable, and you all just bought it. You didn't have any questions about his methodology or anything. Right? Where is the evidence of racist policing? Just because there's a common belief about it doesn't make it true. And anecdotes don't make sense either. I've been stopped for traffic infractions 3 times in the city of Half Moon Bay, and I guess you would have to. I don't know how people decide what race anyone is anyway. I'm from Oklahoma, so what race is that, by the way? So the grad student plan for changing enforcement I thought was very naive. So step 1 is stop enforcement. And then number 2, speed cameras, and make the somehow that's gonna solve all those things that go wrong. People that pull into the intersection when they shouldn't, drunk drivers, no problem. That's all magically solved by technology sometime in the future. And then step 3, civilian, I don't know what the heck that was, but it was, nobody raised an eyebrow about how ridiculous that was. No one, and on cahoots, the key question nobody asked Ebony is, how do you scale that? How would she scale that program from a big city that she's in, to a rural coastal strip? That's the closest thing I heard was Ferreira there, I believe, had said by the math you get 3 people, and to cover how big of an area, it seems.
Mr. Wonderful, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Alyssa Johnson, you have 2 minutes. Alyssa, could you unmute yourself?
Alyssa, you're still muted. How about if we go to the next speaker and see if Alyssa gets a chance to unmute? Oh, wait, never mind, she got it. Okay, Alyssa can.
I don't think she did.
Oh, no, she didn't. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we'll move on to the next.
Next, we have Aisha Barrow. Aisha, you have 2 minutes.
All right. Good evening, everybody. So thank you so much. This was a great discussion. I learned a lot today from the Cahoots program, as well as everybody else that talked in the public comments. When I first saw the 10 points that are proposed today, I was at the public safety meeting on June 24th. I think I was one of the few people here that was able to make it. And I remember having a conversation with the city manager and the deputy city manager about those 10 points. And I remember stating that, yes, they were good, but they didn't seem very ambitious.
Aisha, you're breaking up a bit. And now we can't hear you. Can anyone else hear Aisha? Or? No, okay. Sorry, well,
Aisha, if you want to leave your hand raised, I'll call on you again in a second. You have a minute left if you want to go to a spot where you have more service.
Thank you.
Next, we have David Ablovi. David, you have 2 minutes.
Thanks, Jessica. Well, as a white person, that was an embarrassing 20 or 25 minutes. Someone mentioned racial equity and there being no proof of it. Anybody notice how many Latino people called in to praise the police? Yeah, didn't think so. So first, I want to thank staff and the council for getting to the point of holding this meeting. I think it shows great progress, and while it may not end up in a result that I'm hoping for, I want to recognize those efforts. I also want to thank the presenters who said some really cool things. But what I'd like to say to all of you is, in all these meetings that have been held since Jimenez Rarback was released, none of you mentioned it. But if you read it, you'll realize that everything that you've been praising in what those speakers said was in Jimenez Rarback. Literally everything. My hands aren't what they usually are right now, so I can't type really quickly, but I wanted to follow that thought with something that the second law student said towards the end of his presentation, and this goes to the need in Half Moon Bay for a chief of police. And he said a comprehensive public safety approach to traffic enforcement and police engagement is what the communities across the board who are making progress on this issue need. And he said that that was important because it would allow legislators to take control and not be forced to use the police in inappropriate places or ways. Now I'm paraphrasing there, so don't hold me to the letter of the law. The reality is you're close, but you're not there yet. And I get that you're probably not going to get there tonight. So with 15 seconds left, what I want to say is toss staff's frankly pathetic attempt at 10 reasons to shut this all down and adopt CFTA's 10 reasons that were modified to reflect a more aggressive and progressive approach to this issue. I know you were all sent that email either yesterday or today. I'll be done in 1 second, sorry. But I encourage you in the strongest possible terms. I get that we're not going to get where we need to go tonight, but you can make progress. And that 10 list of things to shut down progress is an embarrassment. And I hope you'll forego it and adopt CFDA's proposed and amended list. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Ellie Medina, you have 2 minutes.
Hello. Thank you, everybody. I just wanted to mention that as far as what I look at with domestic violence, usually the time that police are called, the situation is already escalated and it's beyond the point of mediation. And that's usually the reason why police are called. And as far as traffic stops, I may look like a white woman, but I am Hispanic. And I've been stopped. And like the man said before, you know, how did the police know what you are? And as far as there will be more crime on the coast, because it's human nature. If there's no accountability, there will be more crime. And we have a lot of theft in these little areas where things are being stolen off of our porches. And, you know, there's no accountability there because nothing happens. So as far as taking away our law enforcement, and then also drunk drivers. Who's gonna, you know, find, excuse me, I'm nervous. But anyways, and as far as like the Pescadero, San Gregorio, Montera, you know, who is gonna be in that area? And that's just pretty much, I have more, but there's just a lot of questions that did not seem to be answered tonight. And then that's it. That's all I have to say for now.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Next speaker, please.
Alyssa Johnson, are you there?
Hi there. Can you hear me
Hi.
now? Hi.
Yes.
All right. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the council members. I know that you guys, it's a lot of time that you dedicate to this, and I know that you want what's great for your community. And I just want to say thank you to our law enforcement, and they dedicate a lot of time, and they also dedicate their lives. And when you call in these guys, these intellectual elites from Stanford, and you're taking advice from them, maybe I would have a little bit more respect for their suggestions if they actually went into the communities and did boots on the ground and rode along with our police enforcement, and they saw what was going on. And for all you council members, I'd really like you guys to do a field trip to Poplar Beach on a Saturday or Sunday morning and look what's on that beach. It is scary. There's lots and lots of alcohol. There's underwear. There's clothes. There's little boy clothes, underwear. There's teenage girls underwear. It's downright scary. And those people are drinking a lot. And who's going to protect the public and those kids or those individuals when they get in cars because they have no frontal lobes to be pulled over? A traffic light? I don't think so. So when you're taking away our law enforcement off of 1, which is a 2-lane highway, which is I can't even understand that. My uncle was killed because he was driving drunk on 1. And if unfortunately he didn't have a police officer to pull him over, and our family wouldn't have suffered the tragic loss and destruction. So please, thank you, Captain Lopez, and please reinforce our police. Don't tear them down. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Jody Pellegrini, you have 2 minutes.
I just want to know why this is not in person. COVID restrictions have been lifted. I want to know why public comments are not available so that we can't see what each other think and are talking about amongst ourselves. And I think that the community has a lot of questions, and we want to know too why this isn't going to a vote. It seems like you guys are going to make some decisions amongst yourselves. I could be wrong, but I would love to know more about that part as well.
Thank you. We are now done with speakers. And I'm officially closing public comment segment of this evening here. Okay. Let's see what's next here. Consideration of a resolution. Before that, we can have a conversation. Councilmember Jimenez brought up a particular issue around, I think it was number 8, right? Recommendation number 8 about taxing, and City Manager Bob Nisbet was going to respond to some of the background of that particular recommendation that came out of the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'll certainly do that. Just to give some context to the discussion that might follow. It was a recommendation that staff came up with, and we presented it for the first time at the Public Safety Subcommittee, and now it's before the full council. And if it is something that the council wants us to work on, we would want that to be clear. And if it's not something the council wants us to work on, we would want that to be clear, because a fair amount of work does go into putting a tax measure on the ballot, and it would probably take a full year to do the work. So it is an important discussion, and we would like clarity on that. The context for us is well, I think a couple of the speakers who actually spoke against it, I think, kind of made our point a little bit in saying, you know, there's a lot of community support for some of the things we're talking about. Now, obviously, we heard from many of the members of the public tonight who had different points of view on that. But throughout this whole process, many ideas have been discussed. There's been numerous conversations about a police chief, a director of public safety, the Cahoots program. I could go on. And certainly there are opportunities in the long term for savings. And you heard a little bit of that this evening from the woman from Ebony from Cahoots, how they cost money, but then they save money for the City of Eugene Police Department by taking those calls for them. But in the short term, we do see that there are ideas being discussed, and I think your council has some thoughts and will have some direction that will potentially cost money. And so for us, that is the tool that cities have, or at least one tool to raise funds, and that is how it's done. So if the community is behind something, that is usually when tax measures are put forth by local jurisdictions. The community speaks, they say something's important to them, and the council then, through a process with the community, decides to put a tax measure on the ballot, and the voters then can decide if that's something they want to do to tax themselves. So that is very typically how it is done. If this is really important, that is one tool that the council, I think, should certainly talk about. That does not preclude getting outside sources. Councilmember Jimenez mentioned that. Ebony from Cahoots mentioned that they get private funding. I think Councilmember Jimenez mentioned that as well, that we're in a very rich county here, and there should be grants, there should be private sources. Of course, that would be great. We as staff will pursue those. That is one of our recommendations. And we would embrace working with the council and the community to come up with those funds. But we did not want to discount the idea of a tax. We haven't put a lot of detail into it, work into it yet. Simply put, it would probably either be an increase in the sales tax or a parcel tax. So yes, anyone who purchases items that are subject to sales tax, which would be residents and non-residents, would be subject to the sales tax. And so that's how the money would be raised if it was a sales tax. If it's a parcel tax, it would be on real property. And of course, we also know that then that tax is sometimes passed on in the form of increased rent. So I won't go into a lot of detail. Again, if that's not something the council wants us to look at, then we'll stop here. But it does seem to me that it's an important tool, and they can be done so that if it's a special tax, the money is dedicated to whatever the council and the community wants that money dedicated to. And in some of the examples, I'll just underscore a comment that Jonathan made when we did the survey of the cities, for sure, and I think I listed them in the staff report, had oversight commissions, but those oversight commissions were only formed when they put a tax measure on the ballot. So those communities decided they wanted more money into policing. They put a tax measure on the ballot. And part of the language of that tax measure was that a citizen committee would be formed to oversee how that tax revenue was spent, which is very typical and is a measure of transparency that usually polls very well in a community. If they're going to tax themselves, they want to know that the government spends the money appropriately. So that's just some context. And it is one of our recommendations that we put that effort into it. But after discussion tonight, if the council decides to remove that from the list, we'll take the direction accordingly. Thanks.
Councilmember Ruddock.
I'm happy to just take that one off altogether. We don't even know what it would be that we would be funding yet, right? The county is the provider of mental health and other social services. Clearly the COOTS program is not an appropriate scale for Half Moon Bay. County efforts are the right scale for, policing, any changes to policing policy and social service funding. Half Moon Bay just doesn't have that kind of money. I don't know if you folks have not been following our budget issues, but we're going into a period, without new revenue sources of, I wouldn't say fiscal distress, but we're not going to have a lot of room to spend on new programs. The point I made at the Public Safety Committee was that if people want, and we don't know if they want, new fancy programs, they have to have new funding sources. We don't have pots of funding that can be reassigned for these purposes. We can't reassign it from the sheriff's contract. We only have 2 sheriffs on at a given time, right? I wouldn't support taking out of Parks and Rec or Public Works. Public Works is certainly an area where we provide safety for residents. So, big, expensive, fancy programs need new funding sources. That's the point I made there. Until we decide, where we're headed, if we're headed, just take out the discussion of money altogether. I will point out that that Ebony from Cahoots said that their recurring operating costs are paid for by the cities in the county. They're not paid for by grants. Grants fund pilot programs, maybe for 2 or 3 limited, terms, and capital projects, one-time only capital projects. They don't fund ongoing programs. So you might be able to find grants to kick off a project, but if you want to operate it more than a couple years, you have to have a new funding source. That's just the way it goes. So I think we're on the verge of going, off a cliff, talking about the scale of response, given the scale of the issues here in our community. And so I'm not willing to talk further about the money right now. If the county wants to pay for new things as a result of these pilot programs in the 4 cities, I'm happy to take that money. I do think that spending more on mental health is a great idea. I think we ought to get police out of the mental health continuum. But how do we do that? We haven't figured that out, and we haven't figured out what the population is willing to support. So I would take number 8 out, and I'm willing to go through these recommendations one by one, starting with number 1, and have a process here where we can focus discussion rather than just random people talking about, random recommendations. That's how I'd like to proceed, Mr. Mayor.
Deborah, you're muted if you're speaking.
I didn't hear the mayor because he was muted. But I get it. It's my turn.
I wasn't muted again. Sorry. I heard noise in the background. I muted, then I forgot to unmute. Thank you.
Yeah. I would concur with most of what Councilmember Ruddock said. I agree. We are not at the stage where we have a plan that is going to work for the city of Half Moon Bay. And to ask the citizens of Half Moon Bay to pay for a tax, which is not just a Half Moon Bay problem, but is, as I see it, a regional problem, including the South and the North Coast and Half Moon Bay, is the wrong approach. It's not something that I would certainly vote for on a ballot measure. On the other hand, if it was a county tax measure, I would support it, because I do think, looking for sources of funding make total sense. I cannot help but reiterate again and again and again, the 6 sheriffs that cover our coast side. We are lucky enough when we have an incident in Half Moon Bay to be able to tap those resources and have the sheriffs come from every part of the coast to our Half Moon Bay. But mental health services have to be available not just to the city of Half Moon Bay, but to the entire coast side. It is a coast side issue. If we're going to do mental health, we do it regionally, not with the city. The city can't afford it. I agree with that. Even if we could afford it, it's the wrong approach. So I would implore us to really be looking at this as a regional issue that needs a regional solution, regional funding. I think that the COOTS program could very well serve us. If you do the math, it does look like 3 to 4 mental health providers would be the right ratio, the same ratio that COOTS uses. I think I wouldn't mind the city contributing to training to part of the pilot program, but I agree with Director Ruddock that we should remove number 8 completely from the list. And I would like to see us go through the rest of the items on the list one by one. I think that's a good approach. Thank you.
Councilmember Rohrbach.
I agree with both Debbies that we should discuss these work plan items. I would like them in some cases to be more ambitious. And I think instead of calling it a work plan, I would like to call it deliverables. I think that's the first thing we should agree, that this is important enough that when we agree on what council wants for these work plan items, that we really require that the staff works hard to actually deliver on them, that we're not just talking about monitoring or checking, but that we actually do something. So I agree with both Debbies that we should go through these items one by one.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Well, I agree. I think I agree with Vice Mayor Reddick, Councilmember Penrose, and Councilmember Rohrbach about striking number 8. We're not talking about funding. We don't have a program to fund yet. And it is the need, not only for Half Moon Bay, but for the coast and maybe even for the county, to have programs like a HOOTS, implemented in this area for community. So that's another thing, I like to follow from Councilmember Rohrbach. Maybe we can go one at a time and discuss each of the recommendations about how we can better serve our community, and going one recommendation at a time in something that we can agree on, or what we want to offer for our community. So there's several things Like I mentioned earlier, we need to be think broader about how we better serve our community. Also, I'm very interested, once the county implements AB 953, about getting more information about the calls that our deputies are answering to. One thing I want to be clear again, we are not talking about defunding the police. We are not talking about the defunding the sheriffs. We're talking about is providing more support for the sheriffs for the calls that they're answering to. That includes mental health. We are not talking about having less than 8 deputies that we have right now. Our deputies are doing a great job in the coast. Captain Lopez is doing a great job in the coast, in Half Moon Bay. That's why what we want to do, what we're looking forward to, is about having more information about the type of calls they're answering. We would like to have better reports from the Sheriff's Department for our community about what better programs or what other programs we can actually bring into our community, into the coast, to provide the support. So we need to do that. We need to find, been waiting for AB 953 to be implemented. And we are not talking, again, we're not talking about defunding the police. We're not talking about getting rid of our sheriffs. We are talking about providing support, giving them support to some of these calls. So I want to make that clear. And I understand that you might not, some of the calls today about the surveys, how the research is done, how they get their information, and the question about if you want boots on the ground to get better information. That's what they do. They call people that are out there, people that actually know what's going on in their community. That's where they're getting the information. They are not making things up. They don't just make things up and write it up and present it to communities like Half Moon Bay. So we have a lot of work to do. We do want a safe community. We want a healthy community. So we need to, think about a program that's going to take a while to be able to have for community, but we can do it together. So that's why we are here. That's why we have a special meeting to talk about how can we better serve our community, and not just a specific group in the community, but everybody. People talking about getting robbed, people getting about, I've been in Half Moon Bay for 33 years. Okay. And I'm sorry, but I don't concur with that. I never been robbed. So I never been assaulted. So, and I've been here for that long, and I grew up in Half Moon Bay. So it all depends. All your information is valuable to us to see how we can better serve you. But we have to be able to understand each other about what we want to accomplish. So that's what we are trying to do. So getting information from professionals, and then of course a survey from our community. So we find the program that better fits in our community.
Thank you. So I have a process question. There were 10 recommendations. Now it looks more likely that there's 9. If we get rid of the tax measure. I know there were a number of suggestions that were submitted by Coastside Family Taking Action that was referenced. So here's my question. It is 10:35. So my question is, do we get into that wordsmithing tonight of each one of those 9 measures? Do we have our Public Safety Subcommittee take a look and make some recommendations on making those more actionable? That's what subcommittee can be there for. So it's late. We could take a lot of wordsmithing here. What's some of your reactions? What do you think about the process this time of the evening to get through all this? And some of us haven't even looked have a chance to look over COSI family taking action. They just sent that out this morning. And I think there's some useful stuff there. So any thoughts on the process?
I'd be happy to have the subcommittee take a look at the recommendations again in light of what they've heard tonight. But I think they ought to actually come back to council at some point.
Yeah, well, by the next meeting's next week. So I don't know for our next council meeting. So I don't know if that's enough time, but maybe the one after that. What do you think? Well, we have 2 members of that subcommittee. Did you hear what the process piece I was just asking about, Councilmember Ruddock?
I took a pit stop, but I kind of,
yeah. My question was
you were talking about. I'm not. I don't want to set it aside tonight. I mean, I think there's some basic things that we can get going on, rather than waiting. We'd have to wait till the next public safety committee meeting, and I'm not sure exactly when that is. It wouldn't be before now, for the next council meeting next week. But I want us to give general policy direction. I don't want to micromanage our staff. We had a public safety meeting. We gave direction. They came back. We're presenting it to you, to tweak or to eliminate recommendations. But I'm not going to wordsmith it to micromanage staff. I think where we're at has been pretty clear to staff. We have a very accountable staff. I'm not going to wordsmith something in great detail and expect staff to follow a very detailed roadmap. They're the administrators. They manage the work. We're giving policy guidance. We're giving general policy guidance. They kind of understand where we're coming from. I want us to get some of this stuff done tonight. It's very general stuff. It's stuff that we talked about before. We're trying to move some of it forward. We don't have to take it back to another meeting. So I'm going to resist that and go back to my original recommendations, that we go back and look at these recommendations one by one tonight.
All right, let's go.
Matthew, if you would please, you can put those up in order, I suppose. You're ready to do that. Looks like your finger's ready to click those up there.
So I'm going to make a recommendation. Some council members might be sitting there right now with a copy of the COSI family taken action. I mean, I agree with Councilmember Ruddock. I don't want to micromanage staff time. And I'd like to keep things, as high level as possible. I think some of them are written well enough to provide guidance. So how much we want to add to this to, detail the staff, I don't want to get really prescriptive. And I don't want staff to feel, like we're not trusting them to do this right. There was a speaker tonight, which I totally disagreed with and didn't like the disparaging comments about staff work on this. So let's be thoughtful and respectful that we do trust staff to do a lot of this right. And staff was basically going with our public safety committee recommendations. These weren't generated by staff, these recommendations. So again, let's keep that in mind. So
if I could interrupt, that's a little circular to say that staff is going along with the public safety subcommittee recommendations. They presented it with less than 24-hour notice to the public safety subcommittee. And I think that the COSI family taking action recommendations are very thoughtful. They're not micromanaging, they're ambitious.
Well, that's okay. We can disagree on adjectives, but some of them do feel kind of prescriptive to me. And some of them, or you could use the word ambitious, but let's just go to it.
Okay.
Let me point out that we only got their recommendations today too. So, yeah. Now, if staff has those too, they want to take that as guidance, they can. If you have that list of edits with you right now and you want to,
yeah, we can put them up.
Put them in right now. But you know, I thought that many of them did not significantly change the basic guidance. It was more like wordsmithing, you know, and you know, that's not really the public role, is to wordsmith staff documents. You know, it's to give input into policy, make policy recommendations. So, but if
I
that's
agree.
your pleasure to edit as we go so that staff knows exactly what you want, we can do that right now.
Okay.
So we can share the doc. So what are we saying now? Do we want to share that document on screen right now?
I think that'd be the most transparent way of doing it, yes.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Has anyone got?
I have it.
Yeah,
Matthew, you
right.
want to, I can share my screen.
That's fine. I've got it here as well.
Did that work?
Not yet. Oh yeah, that
There
does.
it is. Perfect. I think this is the easiest way to do it.
I agree.
And I think there's a lot of good stuff here, but sometimes it can get a little prescriptive. So anyway. All right, ambitious, prescriptive, it's all here. Let's work with it.
On items 1, 2, and 3, I
Yeah.
think we've already made a decision as council to go ahead with those 3 items.
Oh, nobody is disputing, Deborah, that we go ahead with all the items. It's just a question of how we're going to actually implement them. So we're not, except for maybe talking about item 8, the taxation, nobody, including Coastside Family Taking Action list here, would say that we shouldn't do any of them. The only question is how we're going to actually implement them. And what Debbie calls wordsmithing, I call making clear what the deliverables are. And I'm perfectly happy to have council agree or disagree that these are sensible deliverables.
The point is, we already gave the input that's in blue to staff at multiple meetings. They already understand that. And we gave direction at the Public Safety Committee that we wanted the progress reports, we wanted accountability, we want them to be analyzed. I mean, the reason I said that there was no significant change is because we've already given this direction. This is not new stuff.
So this just simply calls it out a little more explicitly.
Okay.
And it defines some outcomes.
Okay.
Right?
If that's your reading, that's fine. As long as we make it clear that we want regular progress reports for item 1, then I'm okay with it, as long, you know.
Yeah, okay.
I'm saying that the addition that Coastside Family Taking Actions have made their recommendations, I agree with them, and I think that we should direct staff to provide regular progress reports and to summarize the data.
I'm not hearing any disagreement. It's
okay,
just,
so all right, so we're all in agreement.
This is just in writing. What Councilmember Ruddock said was the conversation and advice given, but I just want to check in with staff. Does this sound doable, or?
Mr. Mayor and members of council, as long as we're going through this exercise, I actually would ask for more clarity. Regular is not clear to me whatsoever. I would propose quarterly.
Okay. Good.
I would just share that that I agree with Councilmember Ruddock that especially just starting with number 1, this is very much in line with our plan, what was articulated to us both during the implementation presentation in June to the council and at the Public Safety Subcommittee meeting. So with the city manager's edit of just defining what regular means, I think as long as council supports this, very easy for staff to accept this and include it as the recommendation.
Great.
Matthew, will it be possible, you know, when you do in every meeting that we do your reports, maybe do it on the first meeting of the month to do a quick report on on the hotline of any information? Would that be asking too much, or?
From my perspective, no. I think the key to this is what happens but as that line becomes more frequently used. Tonight is really easy. We've received two messages. They were anonymous. They were focused on traffic. We're working with Captain Lopez on that. Very simple. If we start getting an inundation of calls, I do think that obviously our focus is going to be on responding to those calls and responding to those that provide the information, and less on preparing a report. So that'd be my only caveat, is if this ramps up, it may be something that we discuss changing the frequency just based on putting the focus on responding and not to reporting. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think, what I'm reading this report, about reporting more regularly, I think we are talking about more regular than the sheriffs are doing it right now, because they only report once a year, I believe so, right?
Right. So this said quarterly reports. That was a suggestion, Councilmember Jimenez, to say provide quarterly progress reports, not once a year.
Okay.
That's what we just heard, right?
Yes.
This is very different from the reports that Captain Lopez has given us.
Completely different reporting. I agree with that. This is reporting on the resource line to the extent the information's not private. Yes, I agree with that. We agree with that. So I guess the question is quarterly enough? We'll take your direction.
I think it's enough. It's a start.
I don't feel strongly. I prefer monthly, but if the rest of the council thinks that quarterly is sufficient, then so be it.
Okay, so do you want to type, Matthew? Can you actually type there right now? Is this a
No,
Word
this
document?
is a PDF.
Oh, it's a PDF. Okay, we'll make a note of that.
And I
Yeah.
think a way to simplify this is the language could be provide at least quarterly progress reports.
Yeah.
Obviously, if there's something significant that we think needs to be reported, we're not going to wait
Great, sounds
a
great.
quarter to provide it.
Good
Okay,
suggestion.
good. All right. Number 2 is actually, that comment is an exact copy of what's already there, so we can move on from that.
Right.
Number 3, I think that actually came up in tonight's conversation, that we make sure that all voices throughout the community are heard.
This direction was already given.
And this direction was, right. So is there any problem with this language here then? The direction was already given?
Mr. Mayor, I actually do have a question.
Yeah.
Define a set of quantitative public health oriented metrics. I want to make sure we don't get that right. We get that right. So I'm not, the original vision that we had for the survey, and as we recommended it previously, was and I guess we haven't put a lot of thought into it, but the original vision was simply to ask the question, how do you feel about public safety and policing in Half Moon Bay? Now, there's going to be a series of questions. It's going to be much more than that, but that's the initial purpose.
Right.
Getting that result, I'm trying to tie that then to defining a set of quantitative public health oriented metrics.
Right.
What we talked about at a couple of different meetings was making sure that we had an RFP for appropriate firms who have the experience with culturally competent polling, right?
Right.
And that we were just asking for, proposals at this point to be worked out, after we got the proposals. We don't have to actually define a set of quantitative public health oriented metrics now. We're going to be working on the actual specifics, with
the questions and the
that
vendor.
we think is competent to do
Yeah,
this.
I agree.
So this is a future discussion. I think.
And it was our intention that another task for the Public Safety Subcommittee, that they would sign off on the questions before we gave the green light to the polling consultant to go out and do the work. So it was our full intention that that would be done Public Safety Subcommittee. That's a public meeting, and there would be final agreement on the questions and the methodology for the polling. I do want to add one more point, because I did hear potentially a misconception from a member of the public. So I just want to make sure the council doesn't share that same misconception. I understand the comments that Councilmember Reddick just made in terms of hiring the right firm and doing it in a culturally competent way. But it still is random. We are not proposing a poll where people choose to fill out a form online or something like that. This is done in a random way, so it takes a random sampling of the population. If that's not what the council wants, yeah, we do need to hear that now.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've already talked about this, and we want them to use polling methodologies that maybe randomly access, people in target populations. So we're not just going to do like an 1,800 person draw on the entire town. To get a culturally competent poll, there's going to have to be, polling of communities within the community, right? So this is something that we need the proper firm with the proper experience to help us develop. I mean, we do want to reach target populations and how they're feeling about things, not just, a random draw of the community at large. I thought we made that clear.
And that's what the RFP will define, and that's where we'll look at the submissions after the RFP to feel if it meets those requirements.
Yeah, and maybe staff needs to look at RFPs from, other cities that have done,
Right.
similar polling.
Okay. So how about if we take that
We're good.
sentence, we'll take that last sentence
Understood.
out. So we'll take that last sentence out for now, because that will be evolving as we look at the questions, what exactly those metrics are, and working with the vendor. So I recommend we just take that last sentence out to find a set of quantitative public health oriented metrics, since we don't know what those are yet. Number 4, let's see. Harvey, your hand is up. Did you still want to talk, or you want to take your hand down? Or?
Well, my hand is up permanently. So I'm just willing to comment about all of them. So.
Well, are you commenting, or I want to go through people who are commenting? I need to know specifically.
Well, on item 3, I just, for the record, want to state that I believe it is impossible to actually get a culturally competent survey, certainly of our Latino population. And you notice how many people from the public who are Latino spoke today. So I think we're kidding ourselves about the whole survey. And I think, as I said last council meeting, we could save $25,000 by just not doing it at all. So I'm not particularly hot and bothered about whether or not we take out that last sentence or not. I think we're wasting our time.
And I know you've stated that position consistently throughout, and I hear it. I hear it. So,
plus you're wrong, Harvey. There is culturally competent polling, and I've seen it. The state does it. I've seen the results. It's done. There are people who do it. So.
Okay.
It's a waste of time. I mean, we have, again, I'm going to make this remark I made before. We have to guard against treating various populations in our community as monoliths. That's like stereotyping people. That all Latinx people feel the same way, have the same fears, et cetera, et cetera. Are all the Asian people in our community, feel the same way about a certain issue. The reason you do polling and outreach is to break down that barrier and hear from real people who have, businesses and have been here maybe 25 years, and people who've been here 6 months. But, the way you get at that is, is outreach. That's how you get at it. We as white people can't just assume that Latinx people in our community all feel a certain way or have the same fears or same needs. Everybody's different.
And if we can get a vendor that can do a little bit of boots on the ground, which Councilmember Jimenez had mentioned earlier, you know, I'm all for that as well. You know, let's put that in the RFP that we might, some folks may be harder to reach in the community, and we might want to have different kind of folks going out there to make sure the poll gets evenly distributed to everybody, or as many people as we can. Okay, number 4. Let's see. Okay, so here we keep going back to this well-defined quantitative public health-oriented metrics. To me, that's, you know, AB 953 is just coming into play and how that statistical data is going to come out. So it seems, you know, unclear to me what well-defined quantitative public health-oriented metrics means. It's vague. So you know, just putting that out there, I don't quite know what that means. And I haven't even seen what the data looks like from 953, you know, once it starts coming out and we get into compliance with that. So
I would skip that particular edit, only because we don't know yet. Not that it might not be, you know, scientifically adequate and informative and all that stuff, but I think we just don't know enough. I don't think it adds enough.
Right. And if CFTA would like to add some examples, a little, you know, more of what that means, you know, we can take a look at some examples, but right now it's not, you know, really clear.
I can tell you what is not a good health oriented metric, and that is the number of arrests, the number of warrants issued, that sort of thing that we keep getting as our only statistical information.
Right.
Okay, so.
But we want to make sure that extra information is available in 953, right, that we're looking for. So that's why we don't actually have a good handle on yet. Number, Joaquin, did you have something else to add, or did you just have your hand up as we're going through this? Are you all right with how we're going through this so far?
I'm okay. I'm listening. You know.
Okay, you've had your hand up, so I didn't know. I just wanted to double check in.
Let me lower my hand.
Okay, I don't want to feel like I was missing you there.
No.
That's what I thought, but thanks. Okay, number 5, no change. This has already happened. Can you scroll down a bit, Matthew?
I would just strike that one.
Yeah, that's true. It's already done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Monitor the mental health program being piloted in the 4 cities. Look at rise of mental health experience. Provide regular support to counseling.
This is in line with what we've heard tonight, that we want to actually implement a mental health crisis response pilot program.
Right.
Okay, so that's what this edit says.
No, that's fine.
Instead of monitoring, which is a wishy-washy word that doesn't really mean anything, we're going to actually direct staff to begin to implement a mental health crisis response program.
Right.
Okay.
Well, actually, what I'd like to know first, before we institute a pilot program, is how many of the calls currently handled by the sheriff's office are mental health calls. I'd like some data to help inform my decision about whether to invest time and effort into a pilot program. I'd like to know how many calls there are in Half Moon Bay and the coast side generally, say District 3, County District 3. You know, if they're getting like 3 mental health calls once a year, you know, or every 6 months, is it worth it? You know, I need some information before I actually agree to a pilot program. I want to monitor it. And if we get information that indicates that it would be useful here, then yes, we can do a
So
pilot program, but I don't have that information yet.
right, and again, this sounds like a scaling question. So based on the data that we gather, consider what the scale of a program should look like. And I know yeah. Wait, sorry.
I'd
Councilman?
like to make a comment on this. I think we have the data already. We have a huge number of homeless folks who have drug and mental health issues, who are constantly being harassed by or harassing our sheriffs and our public. We have the data. We don't need to say, is there a problem? There's no reason to assume that we are any different from Eugene, Oregon, or Oakland, California. Our scale of the problem is smaller. Therefore, our response ought to be in proportion to the problem scale, but we need to respond. And I really think it's critical that we get started on looking how to, I don't know how to implement the response pilot program, but that's what I think we need to be looking at. How do we do that? And let's go ahead and start doing it.
You are muted, Councilmember Ruddick. Councilmember Ruddick, you're muted.
When she mentioned that 60% of the population was homeless, you know, that made me think of the current approach used in the county, which is like life moves. You know, is there a chance that maybe life moves can be expanded to take on a bigger role, working with ALAS or, you know, other mental health providers, you know, on the coast? I mean, they're uniquely suited because they do work with the homeless right now and with the sheriff's department and with Abundant Grace, and they have all those relationships. So, you know, maybe a pilot is working with, you know, life moves here to expand, you know.
So you have some numbers on the mental health calls for the month, right? I think that.
I do. Good evening. Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. I actually, to preempt this meeting, I requested the total numbers from July 1st, 2020 to July 8th of this year. So one full 12-month cycle.
Okay.
The Sheriff's Office responded to 46 total calls within the city limits of Half Moon Bay that met the criteria of 5150. All of those cases were obviously came to a positive resolution. Either the people were transported for further medical care. And the other thing is that PERT reviewed and evaluated every one of those cases. So they follow up with either the individual or the family member that had referred us to that incident. Total for the count for the coast side, there was an additional 51 calls of the same category for the entire coast side. So a total of 97 calls. And as the council may recall, during my annual reports, we averaged 10 to 12,000 calls for service within the city limits. So if you make that calculation, it's about 0.003% of our calls that are mental health related incidents.
But those were 5150 calls. What about other calls that we could say are mental health?
I didn't aggregate all the other calls. These are just ones. So we get an abundance of different calls that people say that it may be a mental health crisis and it ends up being a family disturbance or some other aspect of a disturbance between friends or neighbors or whatever that is. So these are solely the ones that we determined that qualified for 5150 calls,
right,
where the person was a danger to themselves, to others, or gravely disabled. Those are the
right.
three criteria under state law.
So 5150, in other words, where a commitment's being involved to a hospital, involuntary commitment to a hospital.
That's correct.
Right, okay. But I think there's probably a lot of other calls that might be, especially for what we're talking about, you know, potentially mental health calls, but not rising to that level of an involuntary commitment. So maybe we're going to need a little more, look, on your side as to what some other calls, based on everything you've heard, the kind of calls where we might get a mental health practitioner involved. It doesn't rise to the level of 5150, but could be something for someone to, make a call, show up and see what's going on. Because I don't think all those calls at Cahoots and these other first responder programs are all 5150 calls, right? It feels like there's a lot in between. And that's what we need to get a handle on to figure out what we're scaling to or not.
Mr. Mayor, I have a report. It's the Cahoots Program Analysis Final from the Eugene Police Department. And they have a figure in their report, and it breaks down the calls to check welfare, assist public police, transport, suicidal subject, disorderly subject, intoxicated subject, found syringe, traffic hazard, criminal trespass, dispute, other. So that's how they break down those calls. I don't know if those are 5150, the same thing as 5150 calls or not, but
A lot aren't even mental. A lot of them don't even sound like mental health issues. So yeah, go ahead, Harvey. What do you think?
They should be responded to by community policing and or community responders and not armed deputies. So the number of 5150 calls is not relevant for what we're talking about with community policing responses.
Right, especially when you're using bartenders as potential crisis managers. So I mean, in other words, which could be exactly right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think that's something we have to think about. Not having situations where you might not have a police officer respond, but someone else who can de-escalate a situation. And, it's redefining what you mean by mental health in a moment. Someone who's blind drunk isn't exactly what I call a person operating in a mentally healthy state, right? So, okay.
And I'm fine with the language in 6, if that's what way you want to go. I support, like I said, replacing the police with mental health providers and those.
Okay, so we'll keep 6 as it is.
You could say provide at least quarterly progress reports to the city.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just restate that.
Yeah.
So we're keeping 6, the original version, but adding quarterly reports to the council?
No, the
new version.
The new version.
Okay, so
Sorry, Bob,
I'll make a comment, then I'll let you go, Matthew. So the concern, this original work plan as we proposed it was for a fiscal year. Certainly, we don't have to put that time limit on it. It can be 2 years, it could be 5 years, it could have, as Councilmember Rarbeck stated at the beginning, he prefers the word deliverable over work plan. That's okay too. But the word implement means that it's accomplished. And to Councilmember Ruddick's point, there's information that we don't know about whether or not that's possible to be delivered. And so Councilmember Rarbeck also then said, begin to be implemented. So we do need clarity on that. I mean, the big issue, of course, is going to be cost. It's one of many issues, but if the cost of, once we define a program, if the cost is something that we don't have the funds for, that is a policy decision of the council. I, as staff, cannot deliver a program and commit to implementing something if the funding's not there. And I heard tonight that the tax measure's off the table. That's fine. That's okay. But we have to. I just want to be careful that if I'm on the hook to implement a program that the city can't afford, I want to be clear about that.
Yeah, so we're only talking about a pilot, but here's the deal. Typically, you don't take on a pilot program if you don't feel like if it's successful, you can fully fund it, right? Or you can fund it at a lower scale and build up. So you have to look ahead. to see if you're willing to fund operation and maintenance for a program. Grant funds and pilot grant funds usually only fund for limited terms. So, you know, if
Well,
you're
it could
going to
be-
do a pilot program, you have to look ahead and say, is this something that we would be able to fund on a long-term basis?
So what if it says to plan a pilot mental health program and depending on funding, implement? Because you're right, we can't implement something without funding.
Why don't we just leave out the and implement?
That's fine too. Plan a mental health crisis program.
I think we're in a position right now where we need to be planning.
Right.
We can't talk about implementation.
I'm fine with that
So
too.
we don't even know what we're talking about when we talk about funding. We have no idea. So
So,
we just do it saying at the earliest possible opportunity to plan a mental health crisis response pilot program.
And I want to actually add language. And I want us to commit to broad public outreach to the general public and appropriate partners in developing any plan and assessing whether, you know, there's a plan appropriate for us. You know, I'm not going to commit to a program without knowing that we have that partner share available. As she said tonight, Ebony, they can't do their job without partnerships with a broad, you know, ecosystem of service providers. So they have to be on board as well. So, you know, I think this is jumping the gun. We still have to do all that community outreach and partner building and coalition building. That's how you make it work. We're not going to make it work on our own, 5 people sitting here and our staff.
No, I think we've got buy-in from a lot of people in the community, our service providers already. I'm not concerned about that part of it. I just don't want to be talking about implementing something when we don't know what that thing is. And that thing is designed, the idea that we're including all of the voices in the community, especially our service providers, and in the county, our service providers.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about buy-in. They might like the idea and know that it's needed, but buy-in means you're willing to commit your resources as well in order to be an effective partner.
Well,
Right? So it's not just I like this. It's like, am I willing to commit to working with you on this and potentially providing resources to it? That's different.
Until you know what resources you're going to ask for, you know, nobody can commit to that.
But you still have to do that outreach to the general public and to partners. You have to do the outreach, whether you think right now, oh, I know they like it, that's not enough. You have to do the outreach around this specific deliverable, as Harvey calls it. It's not just, I checked with my friend who works for such and such, and they like the idea of getting police out of mental health. That's not buy-in, right? You got to have working partners. So the outreach is really important, and I want outreach language.
Yeah, so I think that's, so I like the language, do this, let's see, this planning will include outreach to all community stakeholders needed to make this plan successful.
Could
Is
we
that language summary? Because that's the language summary. This plan will include outreach to all community stakeholders who are needed to make this plan successful. And I think Cahoots spoke about that. Trusted, you know, the trusted people in the community, but all stakeholders who you need to make this plan successful long term. Because I think without that planning, without that outreach, it's not going to work. You know, if you leave people outside, you know, if you don't invite everyone to the table who this is going to impact. Let me put it that in a positive way. The more you do that outreach and invite everybody to the table the greater you're increasing the chance of success. To have all the trusted folks there.
I would
sorry.
actually say something like this. I would say, work with the county, local providers, and appropriate additional resources with mental health expertise at the earliest possible opportunity to plan. I think you need not just local providers and mental health expertise. You want to work, you want to have a solid public engagement program. So it's got to be the general public too, right? It's got to have support of the public. If it's going to involve anybody spending money, you got to have support of the public. So I would say something like requiring a broad public engagement program, outreach to partners, and those with mental health expertise.
Okay, I was using stakeholders because it also should include sheriff's department, other service providers.
Yes.
Right. So that's why I was using the word stakeholders, not just mental health.
Good. That's fine.
Yeah.
What we heard from the experts, from the people involved, is that we need leadership. Not just the fact that some people do or don't like mental health issues. I think as leaders, we need to take the bull by the horns and actually plan a mental health crisis intervention program. And I make no excuses or apologies for that. I think it's really incumbent on us as public servants who care about the community to do the right thing. And
well, that's what we're doing here, Harvey. So I don't quite know what you're getting at.
I'm trying to get at that we don't want to have ways where we allow public outreach to be the reason that we're not going to implement the program. The majority of people who spoke today were absolutely incensed at what we're trying to do. I think as leaders, we have to push back and do what we think is right. And what we think is right is a mental health response program, period.
Okay, well, I don't think the majority of people are incensed. They just didn't fully understand perhaps what we're driving at here, and perhaps that is caused by reactions, whatever. I don't want to get into it, but
Harvey's made himself clear before. You know, he just wants this to be a very narrow project sponsored by 2 council members and some citizens, and not do the sort of due diligence you need with the members of the public and partners. I hear that, Harvey, but I think that's the wrong approach.
okay, so do we have language here? I don't think outreach to the public gets in the way of anything, Councilmember Rarback. I think that we always want to do that. So anyway, Councilmember Jimenez, I'm sorry, you were going to say something earlier. And I think
I was just gonna bring up the the county, San Mateo County is I think they have a pilot program that relates to mental health approach.
Right.
And why not look into that pilot program if if you could also come to Half Moon Bay and do the outreach with different groups in the coast, not just Half Moon Bay, but from Montero to Pescadero, about how they could actually become part of this group.
Well, some pieces of that county program,
I think that's
we'd have to look at.
in one of the other items here further down, Joaquin. We talk about the 5 different cities
right.
that the sheriff is contracting with. We could also be talking about the pilot program, and I think we do in here, if I'm not mistaken.
The 5 cities is the pilot program I think they're doing.
Yeah.
with those cities. And
I can quickly clarify, the 5 cities is the contract cities that we would work with on a variety of issues. The pilot program that is being referred to here is actually in this recommendation number 6. It's 4
Right.
cities.
4 cities, sorry.
I would love clarification from Councilmember Jimenez. Is that the pilot program you're referring to, or is there a different one that we haven't discussed?
That's the one I'm referring to.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So about, because it's not with the contract cities, it's just that where the pilot program.
It's number, so Council, isn't that number 6?
Yes.
Okay.
And that gets back to an original clarification I had, is it didn't seem to me that they were striking that piece of it. They were just adding to it.
Adding. I took it the same way.
Right.
Keep the first sentence, but add the parts that you, and I got good notes on what you added today.
Yeah, so it's about, yeah, it's adding, but we do still need to do the outreach, in the region of the coast, with different groups, including Life Moves from the hotel for homeless population. That includes from Puente down south, Alas, or mental health from Life Moves, and other groups in the coast.
I'll just add on this one, just to put some thoughts at ease. We have planned or in planning several additional community outreach portions of this project. On the 31st of this month, we have scheduled and will be outreaching very soon a listening session for the general community as a follow-up to the focus groups that we've done to gather more additional input. And the great thing is now there's more to share at the beginning of that for people to react to and respond to. We're also planning some facilitated meetings that get community members around a small table to talk about these issues and share ideas and perspectives. So I think some of that's built in. And then on this specific subject, as I mentioned earlier, we convened 2 meetings of a mental health focus group. It was our largest focus group. It was very well attended and represented by all of these agencies you've described: mental health professionals, nonprofit service providers, drug and alcohol support providers. And my plan is, coming out of this meeting, to convene that group as soon as possible and take that expertise based on what we've heard tonight and start planning this. I can also share that we have some staff at the city who actually have some expertise and background in these areas, who have already expressed to me a desire to participate in this. So I think this is something that will actually, the process of planning this will move very quickly now that it seems that we're going to get the direction to move forward. So appreciate all the additional information, and I think you'll be pleased at how quickly this can at least start to shape out. Obviously there's a lot to figure out, and Cahoots, that the meetings we've had with them, tell us there's so much more we need to consider, but I think we're going to be able to head in this direction as far as starting the planning process and doing that outreach very quickly.
Okay. Do you have enough notes on that then?
We do.
We'll move to number 7. I think we're already reaching out to the county. I would put need to implement a 911 type response program. I don't want to limit us to 911, especially.
I agree, and that's, I think that was drafted before the Cahoots presentation today. Why don't we just eliminate 911?
Okay, good. Great.
Okay.
But I get, so which version then? I actually can't see much difference between the 2 versions. So which version would you prefer with the deletion of 911?
I would leave it as you had it, because we don't know exactly where we're headed yet. So yeah, depending on what we decide we want to do, yes, we can pursue grants and all that stuff, but I think the blue edit is more detailed than we want to go for right now.
I think we should leave it at just the first sentence. Pursue grants and other outside funding sources, that would include the county.
Yeah.
For increased mental health services, period.
Yeah. I can support that.
Everyone good with that?
Yeah.
Move on to, oh, number 8 is off the table.
No, I
what?
I agree that we should not have request to have a tax measure, but the other revenue sources is desirable. I don't see why we should eliminate that.
I thought 7 includes those other revenue sources. Is there something that's not in 7 that would come under 8? I thought
Yeah,
7.
you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, kill 8.
Hey, Harvey, it's late. It's all right. Cool. Okay, kill 8. Number 9.
Nine is a proactive statement to actually do a regular working group as opposed to.
Oh, instead of proposing, get rid of the word proposing, you're saying?
Yeah.
So make it create a regular working group.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then we can just keep that first sentence instead of propose. We could say pursue the creation of a regular working group because we don't know if the other 5 cities will agree, but that's what we can.
But we actually know that some of them have not been interested, right? That sort of been formally approached and kind of like, nah, you know, got other stuff going on.
Right.
But I think what we're doing is proposing that we approach again in a more organized fashion.
Yeah, so how about pursue the creation of a regular working group with other San Mateo County cities, since we don't know if there's some who are actually, if I understand you, Councilmember Ruddick, there's some who have no interest already.
Well, and I think the goal needs to be a group goal, you know, rather than us trying to shove our goal down their throats, because
Right.
if they do have kind of cold feet, and you know, change is difficult, right? And I
Yeah.
know that at least 2 of those cities have cold feet. I don't think we
Yeah.
want to go in there with, you know, sort of a presumption that this is the particular goal. You know, we want
That's right.
to build
We're looking,
relationship with them and see what our common interests are, et cetera. So,
we're looking to partner with cities who have shared interests.
yeah.
Is that enough language there, Bob?
Yes.
Okay. Number 10.
I think number 10 is no change.
Okay.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Instead of considering, which is another wishy-washy word, we want to design positive modification. It's a proactive statement.
I would say identify positive modifications.
Okay.
That's good. Work with the sheriff to identify positive modifications that could be incorporated. Okay. Great. Now, I don't know if we need a resolution tonight or come back with all the, you know, new language and consider that resolution at the next meeting.
Sure.
Does that sound good? Okay.
I'm confused. Why we gave direction to staff? It's done. No.
So you want to just say we could? Well, I don't know if you want to, you know, look at all the language or just say resolve to adopt all these recommendations as amended.
Mayor Brownstone, if I may, there was
Yeah.
a resolution attached to the packet
Yeah.
tonight. So the motion would be to adopt the resolution as amended.
Okay.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Take a vote.
Aye.
Councilmember Penrose,
Aye.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Arbat,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Reddick,
Yes.
Mayor Brownstone,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right. See how easy that was? Good. I think it was a lot easier looking at this document and going through it. So great. I think that's it. Yes. All right. I think we can now officially conclude this meeting. Thanks for everyone for the hard work, getting through some language here. Thanks for everyone who has stayed with us, for the public and all their contributions this evening. Greatly appreciated. I think we're making a lot of progress. Good night, everybody.